Hey, what's going on, everybody? How are you? How we doing today? Welcome back, guys. Hope you're all having a great day today. Happy Good Friday. We are back today to once again finish up where we left off yesterday with the live call-in open discussion on Sebastian Rogers. Is the truth about this stranger than fiction would be, guys? Let's figure it out together. Here we go. Let's get this show on the road. What up, y'all? What's going on? Happy Friday. Happy Good Friday to everybody. Hope you're all having a great day today. Kick it into Easter weekend. How about that, y'all? How about that? Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for joining me today. Come on in and get comfortable, guys, if you will. Find a seat. Let's talk about it. We're going to open up the phone lines. We didn't get to do that last night, but we're going to do it today. Open up the panel. Open up the phone lines and have this discussion, guys, and pick up where we left off yesterday. Like I said, is the truth in this stranger than fiction, guys? Because I'm telling you, it don't make no sense. None of it does. So welcome, everybody, and thank you again for joining us today. I appreciate you very much. Every one of y'all. Come on. Find yourselves at home. Let me see here. Like we got 53 people in here, guys. If you would please do me a huge favor and please hit that like button. Just takes a second. Let's make it match, guys. We got 41 likes with 56 people. We're almost there. Almost. All right. Let me see here, folks. Come on in, get comfortable. Come on, come on. Come on. Welcome, welcome. Let's see who we got with us today, by the way. Looks like Miss Vicky Harrison's back in the house. Welcome back, Vicky. Stevie. I Why do I keep doing that? I keep referring to you as Stevie. I think it's because the name reminds me of Steve over at Publicly Buzz. So our friend Steve at SWTC is back in the house. Welcome back. Ang Avatar, welcome. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Stanley Reeser, welcome back to you. Debbie Clark, welcome back. Of course, Doodlebug in the house. Hey, thank you, Doodle, for that. Miss Cassie, welcome back. Hello, 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 hello. Good to see you. Polly Pepper, Pamela from Over the Pond. Welcome. Thank you, Doodle, for that. And thank you to anybody that donates to that. I appreciate that so very much. That keeps the channel rolling. Carrito MVP, welcome back to you. Good to see you. Good to have you here today. Miss Nutty McPoppins, welcome. Great to see you and happy Good Friday to you, ma'am. Great to see you today. Miss Shelley, welcome back. Always a pleasure. B. Williams, B. Williams, thank you for joining us today. It's great to see you. Hello, Miss Kim. Thank you for joining us today. Dane Crawford, thank you for joining us. It's great to see you. Great to have you here. Brandy B, always good to see you, dear. Let's see, Miss sorry. Karma Police is in the house, guys. Please be on your best behavior, as always. Moonlit Baby, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Never fails, never fails, never fails. Deb Wilkes, welcome. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us again. Robin 407, welcome back to the True Crime Cafe. Party of Five, great to have you back again. Great to see you. Miss Zelda in the house today. Welcome, Miss Zelda. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate you so very much. Hope you got a day off, ma'am. Debbie Clark, great to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Let me see up here. CZ's in the house. Welcome back, CZ. Great to see you today. Tina B, how are you? Great to see you. Great to have you here. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Nat Cat, welcome back to you. Great to see you as well. Danielle Faith Love in the house. I think you were the first one in here, Danielle. Thank you so much for joining us today. It is so great to see you guys. And again, please hit that like button as you're coming through that door, if you will, please, and get this so we can get this up and out in that algorithm and make things happen. Linda S., welcome back to you. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you very, very much. Marina Girl, always a pleasure. Always happy to have you here. Party of Five. Kara Williams, welcome. Great to have you here. Great to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Looks like we got 77 people here now. Please, if you can, guys, hit that like button and let's get this in that algorithm. We got, oops, hold on. What did I just do here? I messed up something. I don't know what I did. Come on in, everybody. I don't know what I did here. 51 likes, 76 people. Come on now. We can do something about that. Of course I did, Brandy. Always say hi to you, Brandy. Be the OG. But I'll say it again. Hello, hello, my dear. Good to see you today. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Mr. Neil Homestead, how are you today, sir? Thank you for joining us. I think I got everybody in here. Come on in, guys. I'm going to take just a couple minutes to see who else we can get in here before I get rolling with this. Just a few minutes. No big deal. But like I said, I'm going to open up the phone lines again today. I didn't get to do it last night because we had some really interesting people up on the panel talking about different things. We had a lot going on, so it was a good show, guys. I was very, very happy with it, and I appreciate each and every one of you guys for that as well. All right, hold on a minute. Welcome back, Carrito. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us, Miss Kells. There you are. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Hope you're all having a great day. 74 people. and 54 likes. Come on, guys. Let's make that match if we can. We got to get this out in that algorithm and get this word out there. Really would like to try to figure out what is going on in this case. Tammy Pauly, welcome back to you. Great to see you tonight. Today, I'm sorry, it is night time. All right, guys, let me check this too. I do want to talk about last night, right after I ended my show. I believe Seth went and did a short interview also on Dolly's show. So I want to kind of review that and talk about some of the things he said on there as well. Right as I ended my show, I saw it. It's like, wow, okay. He wasn't on there long, but Miss Zelda, oh my goodness gracious. 13 months Miss Zelda's been a member here. That's so very awesome. Thank you for that, Zelda. We appreciate you very much. Very, very much. Let me see here. I also have an update that I want to throw at you guys on the Caleb Harris case, just to keep you guys updated. Robert Bell, welcome back, my friend. Jesse Alwine, hey. Good to see you today. Thank you very much for joining us. I appreciate that very much. Evie Marie, always happy to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us. Miss Zelda, thank you for those green hearts. That's so very awesome. In support of Sebastian. Team Sebastian, as I like to call everyone. We need to bring this child home. I'm hoping today's the day. And we may review and talk about some a couple of the things that were put out over the past couple of days in regards to this, to try to put together something that makes some sense about this, guys. That's the biggest thing right there. So come on in, everybody. Get comfortable, if you will. All right. 80 people in here now, 67 likes. We can make that happen. I'm about to set this up and get things rolling. Gwen Rad, welcome. Good golly, Miss Molly's back in the house. Hello, Molly, dear. Good to see you. Let me get this link set up too and pinned in the chat so we can set up my phone lines. Yes, that's awesome, Robin. Thank you for that. Riley is being laid to rest today, sadly, but yes, we all can take a moment to keep that family, the Strain family, in our thoughts for that. It was Jesse. I agree with you. We're going to talk about that too. Miss Noni's been a member for 10 months. That's so very awesome. Light up the chat, meatballs. Hashtag bring Sebastian home. That's right, guys. Let's see them green hearts, if you will. I appreciate that. That's right. Rest in peace, Riley. Amen to that one, Dane. Thank you, Molly. Molly's got it going already. Good job, Molly girl. Thank you for that. I appreciate you so very much. Thank you, Gwen. There it is again. Molly's riding that stuff. That's good stuff there, Molly. Thank you, dear. Gwen, thank you. Molly, that's awesome. I love it. She's hammering them hearts. That's awesome. Tammy, Polly, thank you so much for that. All of you. Lighten that chat up in support of Sebastian and in honor of Riley. That's so very awesome. God bless you guys. I appreciate that very, very much. You guys are awesome. Welcome back, Cassie. Let you stepped away for a minute. Brandy, Kara, Karma Police, Robert Bell. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much for that. War Eagle's in the house. Welcome back, Eagle. Good to see you today, dear. Thank you for joining me. Thank you to all my moderators that are here today. I appreciate you very, very much. Once again, I could not, would not, and should not do this without you, and I won't, because you guys are always here supporting this. Appreciate you very much for that. Party of Five, thank you. Ray Baldick, thank you. Tammy, Paulie, you guys are amazing. Look at all this. This is what I'm talking about. This community is beautiful, and you guys are amazing for this. Seriously. B. Williams, every one of you. God bless. That's amazing. Philip Lacey, welcome from Texas, my friend. Good to see you today. No, thank you, Deb, for supporting everything that I'm trying to do to make these things happen. I appreciate that very much, Deb. And you are very welcome. Jules is in the house, severing the Merc. Not Jules of all trades, guys. Jules. Thank you for being here, Jules. I appreciate you very much. Says hello all and wishing you and yours blessed with lots. Yours be blessed with lots of peace and health over this Easter weekend. Amen to that. Thank you so much, Jules, dear. We need 25 more likes, guys, and we'll be in the algorithm. That's awesome. Thank you for that. War Eagle, pick me. Welcome. Excuse me. That's all right. Pick me. I know where your heart is because you tried. That's all that matters. Oh, thank you so much, Party of Five. I may partake in other creators' places, but this is my home, and this is your home. This is everybody's here. Everybody here. This is. Please know that this door is always open to you at any time. That's awesome, Ang. Thank you for that. I know what that means. Thank you. Thank you very much. Kyra, welcome to you. Jesse Alwine, thank you very much. I hope I'm saying that right. Alwine, Alwine, either way. Inana Shu, hey, it's good to see you. It's been a while. Welcome back. Absolutely, Robin. Absolutely. You don't even have to say anything. I know what that means. Vicky says, I know, right? As soon as we ended the show, Dolly was right. Same thing here. I seen it. Somebody said something in the chat as we were leaving, and I was like, wait, what? And I ran over real quick. I'm like, well, dang. I mean, it was all right. There were some of the things he did. We're going to talk about some of the things. Seth did put out some more information. Maybe it'll help, maybe it won't, but it's interesting to know it. It'll maybe help us to put some things together. Do you know what I mean? Oh, it's all good, CZ. I know you're good for it. Thank you for that. You guys are awesome. This chat is lit up in green, left and right. It's amazing. Absolutely amazing. It's okay. Gotcha, Steve. Gotcha. It's Kells. Did you hear them say what? That the video was all about the timestamp was wrong. Wait a minute, what? What do you mean now? Was that on Dolly's Kells? Got 103 peeps in here with 80 likes, guys. We need 20 more and we're good to go. And you guys rock and roll. That's awesome. What did I just see? Look at that, Zelda. Zelda's dropping the whole thing. That's awesome, Zelda. Thank you, dear. I appreciate you very much for that. Oh yeah, we're gonna talk about that for real too, Vicky. Vicky. Little bit. Welcome back, dear. Good to see you today. They go all wine, no beer. All I love it. All wine. There you go. That's awesome. Welcome back, Tracy, again. Good to see you tonight. Today. Why do I keep saying tonight, guys? It's like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It's crazy. Either way, read my next comment. Okay. I will, Miss Kells. Did I miss one? I must have missed one. Well, for Molly, it's only noon. She's in Idaho. The video of the garbage truck, the timestamp was off, but actually, it was actually in the morning when it said 3:11. Oh, and I found out, last night, somebody was communicating with me, looked into the hours for that garbage truck, that garbage company. Their hours of service don't start till 6 a.m. So that makes no sense at this point now that was a garbage truck. Okay. So their hours start at 6 a.m. till 11 p.m. or something like that. And welcome back, Moni. Leslie, good to see you today. Here, let me double check it to give you the exact hours. Yes. Yes. Uh, Party of 5. Hold on here. Let me go back to where I saw that at. Hours of operation. Collection of residential refuse shall not start before 6 a.m. or continue after 8 p.m. or dark. Whatever occurs first on the same day. Couldn't have been a garbage truck, guys. It definitely couldn't have been 2 garbage trucks. Don't know if you can see that. Will not start before 6 a.m. and will not do it after 8 p.m. That's a tag from their company. Excuse me, Michael 007, my friend. Wonderful to see you, and thank you for the green hearts and support of Sebastian, and in memory of Riley, who's being laid to rest today. That's pretty interesting, guys. So, whatever law enforcement told Seth, I do not believe is correct. Yeah, and it's a loop. It was looped, by the way, you guys. The video, if you can't tell that video is looped, it keeps doing it. It's looping. And it said 3 a.m. the whole time. It was stuck on 3 a.m. Something 3:11 a.m. Something's wrong with that. Okay. Right. I agree, B. I agree. Robin Owens, thank you for joining us. Well, I just showed the hours, guys. So it was not garbage truck. What is it now? What is it then? You know what I mean? Is that something law enforcement told them just to make them be quiet, leave them alone? You know what I mean? I don't know. Oh Lord, I don't know. This is getting crazier and crazier, guys. Right, little bit. I didn't know if a lot of you guys did notice that, but yeah, it was definitely looping. I noticed that last night. I was tired and I just didn't want to get into it. But welcome, Jody Smith. It's really around 5ish. Well, the hours on their, according to what the company that does the garbage there says, garbage will not be picked up before 6 a.m. and will not be picked up after 8 p.m. So those are their hours of service. That is the video, Molly, we were watching last night again from the backyard with the the 2 lights that were bouncing around the backyard behind Sebastian's. That's the video we were talking about on. CZ said, I thought that was peculiar in my area. The residential garbage trucks do not run all night, 6 a.m. to 5 p.m. for residential. Garbage recycling and yard waste, most are respectful of sleeping hours. Right. That's what I was bringing up last night. It just didn't make sense. Um, Roger Reynolds, welcome. Would Katie's parents take Sebastian to keep Seth from getting custody? We don't know, guys, but I mean, something's not right. It's a good question, Roger. He said he's watching the whole 11-minute video. Right, Carito. Law enforcement will sometimes tell people what to say in media so that they could have told Seth to say that, just, and that's true too. That's very, very true, Carito. Thank you. Yeah, we're gonna get right into that. That's the first thing we're gonna jump into today is what we missed yesterday when we were live in here. And that is the interview with Dolly that Seth did last night. Miss Tracy Witt, welcome to the True Crime Cafe. Welcome to the sauce. We got a new meatball, guys. Congrats and thank you for joining this community. We appreciate you very, very much. Very, very much. Devo's in the house. Welcome. Don't want to distract you from Sebastian, but I also wanted to make sure that you knew that Riley funeral is about to be live any minute. Yes, yes. I did actually. I wasn't sure the exact time, but we can check this real quick, guys. Just to show a little bit of respect here. One second, everybody. Slow Southern style. Welcome back. Great to see you. So many of these young people were losing. Lake and Riley Strain. This is just, it's a lot, guys. Let me see here, you guys. I'll let you guys hear this real quick.
Strain is today in Springfield, Missouri. He's a Mizzou student who was found dead in Nashville, Tennessee after a 2-week search. A missionary for Pope Francis is now offering to pay for all of Riley Strain's funeral costs. Father Jim says he does random acts of kindness. Through social media, Father Jim was able to connect with Riley's family, where he offered to pay for Riley's funeral.
Our hearts broke. Here was a young, vibrant individual. And we all felt, what can we do? And that's exactly what I felt called to do. I just called to reach out and say, look, you don't know me, but this is the ministry to which I'm called. How can I help?
Police say Riley's death appears to be an accident with no foul play involved, but his parents have ordered a second autopsy. Visitation for Riley is at 11 this morning. The funeral is at 2. His family has asked people to wear green to the funeral because it was Riley's favorite color.
Thank you, Brandy, again, and thank you to everybody that supports the channel this way. I appreciate you guys so very much. Thank you to everybody that supports the channel just by being here. That means the world to me as well, guys. More than you know. No, I didn't know that, Devo. I got a feeling Ellie knows what happened, and they're waiting as. DJ Khaled, congratulations. You. Wait a minute. What now? I got a feeling Ellie knows what happened, and they're waiting as DJ Khaled. Congratulations. You played yourself? I do too, Robin. Welcome, JCN. No worries. That's okay. I didn't know Clue was live too. One moment, guys. Thank you, War Eagle, for that. Thank you. And anybody that donates anything to the Amazon or through the Amazon, I appreciate that very much as well. Yeah, I didn't even know how to get into that, to be honest with you, Devo. Yeah, if you want to do that, that's fine. Welcome back, Doodle. There's the email right there if you want to try that one, Devo. 6 more likes and we're in the algorithm, everybody. What's the matter, Sammy? You said, huh? 7 more, 6 more. We're getting there. We're getting there. No worries. We need 5 more. Sorry. Thank you, Doodlebug, for that very much. Miss Salty's in the house. Good to see you, Salty. Thank you for joining us. We are in the algorithm. That's awesome. Judith Arrington, welcome. Good to see you. Did you get the email, Devo? Check that out real quick. One moment here. Let me see here. Let me check this email, see what's going on. Please and thank you. Gonna boom, gonna bing. There it is, I think. Oh, okay. All right, I gotta go to this for. Thank you, Devo. I got that. Give me a second, folks. I'm trying to pull this up. We have to register through this. One moment. Okay. Um. All right. So. Okay, I registered through that. When does the service? Hey, Clue. Thanks, hon. I didn't even know you were live until somebody said something. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been. I'd have joined you over there too. But thank you for that. I appreciate that very much. I hope you're having a good show. You two, Cletus, Mr. Cletus, Mr. Fiance. I'm just kidding. Cletus, use your phone number when you register. That's what I did too. But okay, so I'm in there, Devo. I just can't. What do we do? Just wait now? Okay. It's not start. Okay, so what I'm gonna do then, guys, is I have that. Yeah, I'll be all right, Doodle. It is what it is. Um, Let me pull this up here, and we're gonna check out this interview that Seth pulled last night with Dolly real quick. For those of you that didn't get to see it, it was interesting. He's very comfortable in these interviews recently. I've noticed. Quite comfortable, I should say. I'm sorry. Um, the This interview with Dolly, and then also the interview that he did with the lab, were like really laid back, a lot different than the way they were with Steph. Hold on here, folks. Let me see if I can get to it. Oh yeah, there we go. And this was last night, late last night on Dolly Vision. All right, here we go. And Seth gets a phone call, so it cuts it off. So we only get to see, what it is. But welcome, Deborah Thompson. Again, happy Good Friday to everyone. I hope you're all having a wonderful day. All you carnivores like me, don't forget to not eat. Yes, Devo, I saw that. Absolutely. Thank you, dear. Don't forget to not eat meat today if you guys uh, follow that um, for Good Friday. All right, here we go. Let's check this out real quick.
Dude.
I saw you in chat, man.
Yeah.
I left your chat and because you were in your hotel room getting off.
Thank you again, dude.
Yeah.
Getting off the internet.
Let me ask you this. Was there anything positive come out of the day?
Thank you, Devo. I will
positivity in it.
That's all. That's good. Then that's it. That's what I think. I know you can't go into it too much. So, how's the searching going?
You what?
Y'all gonna be searching again tomorrow, 10:30? Is that what you said?
It happens to the best of us, Kels. It's all good. No big deal. Just say an extra prayer and you'll be good. No big deal.
Right now, that's kind of up in the air. I
Uh-huh.
don't know what they're planning on me tomorrow. I'm Roman Catholic, and it's Good Friday.
Oh, okay.
It's time to go commune with the
Same
Lord.
here. So am I. I'm Roman
Maybe
Catholic
He will
too.
give me what I need. Maybe He will reach down and bless me.
Definitely. So if things what you heard today is positive, now if there's you think it's a possibility somebody could be holding your son against his will?
I look at it like this. I've been on the internet. I've been on the TV.
Uh-huh.
I even been on the radio, which probably most people don't even realize that. But if my son were able to hear me or see me on TV or on the internet, he would know to give me a call.
Okay.
So
So you think he don't have access to that right now?
I don't think he does.
Um
Because I
have
really
you
think
have you ever have you ever known him to watch the news?
no.
Okay, never known him to watch the news. So if he was on the news, he probably wouldn't even know he was on the news then.
Correct.
Agreed, Molly. He
I
probably
haven't
is.
had cable in probably 9 or 10 years.
Seth, let me ask you this. Now, I know that tonight in the news interview, you said, he's probably somewhere playing video games. Do you know if he played these video games online with other people?
Nah,
He didn't, or no, you don't know?
I don't know because it's like at my house, a lot of the games that he was playing were on my account,
Uh-huh.
and a lot of them were solo games like Spider Man and Batman Arkham Knights.
Okay. Yeah, because I play
Yeah,
a lot of gaming myself. Certain games. A lot of, games where you're in lobbies with other people. I play a lot of online gaming.
I do that. I
I
do
do believe
mobile
so
on
a
my
little bit.
phone. But
Okay. So I mean,
again, he would be sitting there playing video games. When he played on his Switch, he didn't play online with people. He played single player games.
okay. So I'm just wondering how somebody maybe have access, to get to your son. If I heard you say today that TBI don't think you're a suspect, they don't think Chris is a suspect, they don't think Katie's a suspect. So there has to be some. If they're not like the internet is saying, if Katie and Chris don't got nothing to do with this, then there's another answer to what's going on. Or
There'd be another answer.
another answer. Now, do you think would your son know the area? Would he be easily lost? Does he get confused?
If you stay all the time in your house and you're only going from your house to the bus stop, and then you know how to get to where you're going to school, and the rest of the time you're in a vehicle, would you really know how to get anywhere by foot?
Thank you, Doodle.
Yeah, I guess if your bubble's small, you're right. You really wouldn't know the area. So if you got outside that bubble, you could get lost.
You get stuck in the woods, and you're used to blacktop.
This is from late last night, Bristol City. So yeah, kind of new, I guess you could say. Thank you. For being here, by the way. Appreciate you.
You can get lost.
Um, I think a lot of the stuff is, when I hear you say today that they don't think they're a suspect, some of the behavior is strange, like the whole going out of town thing. I think that was a little strange. Because I'd be like you, I'd be out here searching every day. I have one child, I have a daughter, she's 24 years old, and even right now, I'd be out searching.
Well,
It's I think
not
their
everybody
behavior.
is.
I think their behavior, and look, it might just be the way they act and just who they are, makes them seem a little suspect. I ain't saying they did it.
Thank
I'm
you.
just saying it makes them seem a little suspect.
Makes them don't seem right.
And So I know there's some other locals that are going to be out there searching. There's a few search parties I think that are gathering tomorrow, other than the UNC. There's another group of people that are going to be out there searching for your son. And I hope that, you know, more people start to put these search parties together and get out there and find this boy. If he's out there lost, you know, he at this point he has to have some type of assistance, right? Because where would he get food?
You guys are very smart. That's all I'm going to say. Okay.
Food at? Or where would he, you know, he would need water, he would need
Very
food,
urban.
he would need some type of assistance.
He would. And then again, have you ever been homeless, man?
No, I've never been homeless.
I know.
Yeah, I mean, you think he may be going eating out of dumpsters, begging for, you know, like
I don't think you would be that way. I've been homeless before. Homeless people take care of homeless people.
7 days at sea.
And homeless people have that little piece in their heart that where they take care of the kids. They always take care of the kids.
So you think he could possibly be in a homeless, like
homeless camps and everything else, man.
Now look, I've been out there in the woods in Tennessee, and I've done ran into a couple different homeless encampments out there that looked like people were living in and staying in them woods.
Cassie is exactly right, you guys. When she says that, pay attention when he says that to Dolly. You're asking the wrong questions. Focus. Listen to this interview, guys. There's something in this interview, I'm telling you.
So I know there's people definitely living in the woods.
And I mean, I've been out there. I've looked for them. I take a picture of my son. You know, when my parents came here the first week, that's the first thing they did. They hit the homeless encampments there in Hendersonville with pictures of my son.
And anything come of that? The homeless, you know, I'm sure them homeless people ain't gonna tell you much anyway.
Well, if a child's saying that he's running in fear or something, homeless people protect them.
Okay, what do you make of the footprints at the retention pond? Do you think there is something to him, or do you think that's just a busy area, or what do you think?
Honestly, I don't know.
You don't know?
I only knew about those literally just because I listened to that call.
Oh, to the dispatch call.
Yep.
Yeah, I was listening to that, and it sounds like he was running, but you know, I've heard you say he could swim.
Yep.
And you know that I went to that retention pond, and it ain't very deep. You know, it ain't like he could drown in that. But I wonder why there's no trail from there. That's you know, it just ends there. And here, you live down there. Does the trash run that early in the morning for them lights to be a trash truck?
Trash ran at 5 o'clock in the morning. The reason we at 311 is because the guy's DVR recorder is stuck at 311.
Oh, okay. So
I watched that whole thing, and they showed me 10 minutes of it, dude. And the timer still was at 311 when it started, and 311 when it finished.
Okay, so the video was actually at another time, and it wasn't 3 o'clock in the morning. Okay, I understand now. Okay, so he did tip the truck earlier that morning.
Yeah. It's just the fact that their timer on the DVR was broke.
Have you been in communication with Chris and Katie?
They called me today.
Are y'all kind of patching up the relationship? I know they were a little mad at you about the GoFund stuff, and I've heard that, you know, everything. So are y'all working that out? They got to understand that you're out there searching for the boy and that you're going to need help. They got to understand that. You know, to be mad at you or anything like that. They need Chris should be out there beside you, helping you. Is what I believe. They shouldn't be mad at you. You know, that's a hard one. That's a family thing. I don't know. And if it's true that they're not suspects and they don't got nothing to do with this, you know, I hope your family can work this out and that Sebastian's found safely. And maybe it is just a upset with the stepdad and he's took off, you know, and he's okay. It would make more sense than them hurting him for no reason. And even right now, I'd be out searching, you know.
Well,
It's I think
not
their
everybody
behavior,
is.
and look, it might just be the way they act and just who they are, makes them seem a little suspect. I ain't saying they did it. I'm just saying it makes them seem a little suspect.
Makes them don't seem right.
Okay. Now, I don't know if you guys are catching on to this. Seth's demeanor has changed. He's a little more, and it doesn't have to mean anything, you guys. It could just be that he's trying to stay positive, but his demeanor's changed. Okay. He seems more uplifted. I'll just put it that way, which is a good thing for him. I hope it's a good thing. So watch this again.
And so I know there's some other locals that are going to be out there searching. There's a few search parties, I think, that are gathered tomorrow other than the UNC. There's another group of people that are going to be out there searching for your son. And I hope that, you know, more people start to put these search parties together and get out there and find this boy. If he's out there lost, you know, at this point, he has to have some type of assistance, right? Because where would he get food at? Or where would he, you know, he would need water, he would need food. He would need some type of assistance.
He would. And then again, have you ever been homeless, man?
No, I've never been homeless.
I have.
Yeah, I mean, you think he may be going eating out of dumpsters, begging for, like.
I don't think you would be that way. I've been homeless before. Homeless people take care of homeless people, and homeless people have that little piece in their heart that where they take care of the kids. They always take care of the kids.
So you think he could possibly be in a homeless, like
homeless camps and everything else, man.
Now I've been out there in the woods in Tennessee, and I've been ran into a couple different homeless encampments out there that look like people were living in and staying in them woods. So I know there's people definitely living in the woods.
And I mean, I've been out there. I've looked for them. I take a picture of my son. You know, when my parents came here the first week, that's the first thing they did. They hit the homeless encampments there in Hendersonville with pictures of my son.
And anything come of that? The homeless, you know, I'm sure them homeless people ain't gonna tell you much anyway.
Well, if a child's saying that he's running in fear or something, homeless people protect them.
Okay, what do you?
Did you guys hear that? One more time.
Most people have that little piece in their heart that where they take care of the kids. They always take care of the kids.
So you think he could possibly be in a homeless, like
homeless camps and everything else, man.
Now I've been out there in the woods in Tennessee, and I've been ran into a couple different homeless encampments out there that look like people were living in and staying in them woods. So I know there's people definitely living in the woods.
And I mean, I've been out there. I've looked for them. I take a picture of my son. You know, when my parents came here the first week, that's the first thing they did. They hit the homeless encampments there in Hendersonville with pictures of my son.
And anything come of that? The homeless, you know. I'm sure them homeless people ain't gonna tell you much anyway.
Well, if a child's saying that he's running in fear or something, homeless people protect them.
Okay. What do you make of the footprints at the retention pond? Do you think there is something to him, or do you think that's just a busy area, or what do you think?
Honestly, I don't know.
You don't know?
I only knew about those literally just because I listened to that call.
Oh, to the dispatch call.
Yep.
Yeah, I was listening to that, and it sounds like he was running, but you know, I heard you say he could swim,
Yep.
and you know that I went to that retention pond, and it ain't very deep. You know, it ain't like he could drown in that. But I wonder why there's no trail from there. That's you know, it just ends there. And here, you live down there. Does the trash run that early in the morning for them lights to be a trash truck?
Trash ran at 5 o'clock in the morning. The reason we at 311 is because the guy's DVR recorder is stuck at 311.
Oh, okay. So
I
he
watched
actually.
that whole thing and they showed me 10 minutes of it, dude. And the timer still was at 311 when it started and 311 when it finished.
Okay, so the video was actually at another time, and it wasn't 3 o'clock in the morning. Okay, I understand now. Okay, so he did tip the truck earlier that morning.
Yeah. It's just the fact that their timer on the DVR was broke.
Have you been in communication with Chris and Katie?
They called me today.
Are y'all kind of patching up the relationship? I know they were a little mad at you about the GoFund stuff, and I've heard that you know everything. So, are y'all working that out? They got to understand that you're out there searching for the boy, and that you're going to need help. They got to understand that. You know, to be mad at you or anything like that. They need Chris should be out there beside you helping you, is what I believe. They shouldn't be mad at you. You know, that's a hard one. That's a family thing. I don't know. And if it's true that they're not suspects and they don't got nothing to do with this, you know, I hope your family can work this out and that Sebastian's found safely. And maybe it is just a upset with the stepdad and he's took off, you know, and he's okay. It would make more sense than them hurting him for no reason.
Things just don't make sense with this.
Now, I don't know the reason that the CPS was called on at the house. I just didn't know that. I heard you say that you found out later that they didn't tell you anything, that there was any reason
that podcast aired, man.
That the CPS had came to the house ever, I guess, him going to school saying that his stepdad hit him with a belt.
I guess. Because I mean, I didn't know about it until he said it in the podcast.
Let me ask you this, and this is an important question for a dad. Have y'all ever discussed the discipline of your child? Have you ever discussed it with Chris? Because I can tell you, look, my baby mama, I told her boyfriend, I said, you ever put your hands on my kid, I'm going to prison. I'm going to come out there and I'm going to do some bad shit to you. You know what I mean? That's what I told him. That's exactly what I told him. But luckily, he was a good dude. He never put his hands on my daughter or anything. But I let him know right off the rip, don't discipline my child. If you need my child disciplined, you call me. I will discipline my child. Had y'all ever discussed anything like that?
Supposed to be no corporal discipline.
So he wasn't supposed to touch your son whatsoever. Yeah, see, that's how I am. I mean, it's just one of those man laws. I try to, because most of my viewers are women. They don't quite get man law, so I try to explain them. I was like, you just don't put your hands on another person's kid, especially when you're in the picture and you're an active father. You know, and I don't know if it's the case he ran off. he's gonna turn up. You know, if he's I've listened to you say, because when you hear Chris and them talk about him and the mom talking about him, like, you know, he uses the bathroom on himself. He's they make him sound like he's not as functional as you make him sound. You make him sound like he's normal kid, everything's okay, and they make it sound like a little bit different story.
There is, not to play word salad, there are 3 parts to every story. There is my part, their part, and the
And then
truth.
the truth, yeah.
All right. Now,
Yeah, but I hope you're telling the truth. You know what I'm saying? Somebody got to be telling the truth. So I hope the truth is with you.
Now listen close to this from here forward, folks. This is kind of important to me, at least I thought.
first of all, I don't got shit to fucking hide.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna, but at the same point in time, I don't talk a lot of shit. I don't like I'm not the monkey at the zoo. I'm not throwing shit. All
Yeah.
right. I will not defend people that dig their own fucking grave. You know, when you
Mhm.
guys are sitting talking about their behavior makes them look suspect, that's probably because they want you that's their behavior. I
Yeah.
don't, I ain't their parents.
Yeah.
I didn't raise them. I raised my son.
Yeah.
That's why this doesn't make sense to me. Was there supposed to be child support? No. Were we going back to court? No. Our decree says that we can change it the way we want to if we both agree to it.
So they wouldn't have had there was no real reason for them to, because some people be like, well, she was scared she was going to have to pay child support, but y'all had an agreement with y'all child that y'all would take care of whatever between that needed to be taken care of. So there was never no child support. Me and my baby's mother, we made the same agreement you made. We made the exact same agreement. If my daughter needs something, I will take care of it. Right.
Yeah, right. You know how
So
many times Katie's called me up? Hey, he needs a new pair of glasses. Okay, well, tell me how much it is. I'll transfer the money.
exactly. That's exactly what I do with my babies. When she never took me to court for child support, we were co-parented separately, and everything worked out perfectly fine. There was no, you know, like if she would have took my daughter, like she had custody. Like if I would have took her, I wouldn't have took her to court for child support either. So there's really no, you know, no reason for her to hurt her child. A lot of people, I do believe, think Katie may have hurt your child, and I, to do that, there would have to be some reasoning for it, and I just haven't seen any of that.
So I don't understand why.
Yeah, it.
You know, even I was getting what I wanted since the divorce, anyways. I was okay with, you know, joint legal, joint physical, but I was getting what I wanted.
Yeah, and now
He was come live with me.
he was get ready to come stay with you for the summer, right?
I already have him enrolled in school here.
From your address.
Yeah.
Okay. Now,
He
is
was
there?
gonna come live the summer with me, but he was gonna start going to school up here at the end of summer.
Oh, well, okay. So he was going to start living with you full time. Now that's
That
what
is,
I've heard. That's what was rumored to me in the beginning, that he was coming there, and then that he was going to be living with you.
yes. I was gonna take him for the summer.
Now, how long had that been planned? Like, how long, when y'all discussed that with Kate, like, how long did you go, okay, I'm going to take him this summer, then he's going to live with me and go to school? Had y'all planned that? Have y'all discussed that?
Last year,
Huh?
since last year.
So this ain't something that just popped up, or so this has been planned that he was going to come stay with you. Okay. That makes a little more sense. So there's no reason in there for her to be like, oh, he's going to take the kid. I've heard a lot, you know, I'm sure this you
I've
watching
read
this,
a lot.
and there's
I've read a lot, and you know, some of them I find them hilarious, like the gentleman that called in. You know,
the snake.
the snake ate the boy.
The snake ate the boy. Dingo's got my baby. Look, I know it's hard as a parent to definitely hear the crazy stuff of the internet, right? Just theories and speculation. I do it. I say things. I like, I think this happened. I think this happens. I think it's human nature to be curious. Curiosity killed the cat. And there's a lot of curious. But some of the stories.
And the way they took off.
What you heard today.
I guess. Because,
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't know about it until he said it in the podcast.
Let me ask you this, and this is an important question for Dave.
I'm not throwing shit.
Yeah.
All right. I will not defend people that dig their own fucking grave. When you guys are talking about their behavior makes them look suspect.
No worries, Sherry.
It's probably because they want you to. That's their behavior.
Yeah.
I ain't their parents.
Yeah.
I raised my son.
Yeah.
That's why this doesn't make sense to me. Was there supposed to be child support? No. Were we going back to court? No. Our decree says that we can change it the way we want to if we both agree to it.
So they wouldn't have had
Now that form of statements right there, what does that tell you guys? Think about that for a minute.
There was no real reason for them to, because some people be like, well, she was scared she was going to have to pay child support, but y'all had an agreement with y'all child that y'all would take care of whatever between that needed to be taken care of. So there was never no child support. Me and my baby's mother, we made the same agreement you made. We made the exact same agreement. If my daughter needs something, I will take care of it. Right?
Yeah, right. You know how many times Katie's called me up, hey, he needs a new pair of glasses. Okay, well, tell me how much it is. I'll transfer the money.
Exactly. That's exactly what I do with my babies. When she never took me to court for child support, we were co-parented separately and everything worked out perfectly fine. There was no, like if she would have took my daughter, like she had custody. Like if I would have took her, I wouldn't have took her to court for child support either. So there's really no, no reason for her to hurt her child. A lot of people, I do believe, think Katie may have hurt your child. And to do that, there would have to be some reasoning for it, and I just haven't seen any of that.
So I don't understand why.
Yeah,
That right there. Did anybody else pick up on this? Okay.
Even I was getting what I wanted since the divorce anyways. I was okay with joint legal, joint physical, but I was getting what I wanted.
Yeah. And now he was getting to get ready to come stay with you for the summer, right?
I already have him enrolled in school here.
From your address?
Yeah.
Okay. Now,
he's going to come live the summer with me, but he was going to start going to school up here at the end of summer.
Oh, well, okay. So he was going to start living with you full time.
There you go, Jillian.
Now that's what I've heard. That's what was rumored to me in the beginning, that he was coming there and then that he was going to be living with you.
Yes. I was going to take him for the summer.
Now, how long had that been planned? Like, how long, when y'all discussed that with Kate, like, how long you go, okay, I'm going to take him this summer, then he's going to live with me and go to school. Had y'all planned that? Have y'all discussed that? Huh?
Since last year.
So this ain't something that just popped up, so this has been planned that he was going to come stay with you. Okay. That makes a little more sense. So there's no reason in there for her to be like, oh, he's going to take the kid. I've heard a lot, I'm sure this you watching this. And
I've read a lot, and some of them I find them hilarious, like the gentleman that called in,
with the snake.
The snake ate the boy.
The snake ate the boy. Dingo's got my baby. Look, I know it's hard as a parent to definitely hear the crazy stuff of the internet, right? Just theories and speculation. I do it. I say things. I think this happened. I think this happens. I think it's human nature to be curious. You know, curiosity killed the cat. And there's a lot of curious. But some of the stories for me, like some of the theories are so far out there, even for me, that I'm like, okay, okay, that's a little much. That's a little much.
I'll just say that I'm missing aluminum foil and tin foil at my house because somebody's wearing it as a hat somewhere.
Well, listen, I've seen parents of missing kids wearing aluminum tinfoil hats. And matter of fact, parents of missing kids in Tennessee wearing aluminum tinfoil hats on live streams. Okay. I'll send you a picture if you don't believe me.
Oh, I believe.
Yes, I've seen it. I've seen a lot.
I spent 9 years in California, and then I moved back here to the United States. And I'll tell you right now that I've seen them both.
Now, I've heard you say you're innocent to proven guilty. You work in corrections, right? And I've heard you say you're not there to judge people, right? And I've noticed a lot of this is you don't do that. You don't get on the news and you don't talk bad about people. You try to stay neutral, you know. It ain't no reason really to ruffle a bunch of feathers, like talking shit about people that you're going to have to deal with for the rest of your life anyway. You know, that's the mother of your baby. Her old man's a little, I think he's like, he overtalks her a lot. You know, I think he seems controlling.
I've heard that.
I don't know the guy, but he looks a little angry. He seems controlling. And when they ask her questions, he answers the questions. Like he don't give her a chance to speak. And that's what I think is making people go, so this dude ain't, and he's been married 5 times. Okay. I mean, how many times?
I've been married once.
Once.
I learned.
So I think maybe if it didn't work out in 5 times, it might not be in you might not be the best dude if you know.
Something, 5 times, maybe, I would say if I was looking out from the outside, I would tell the person if you've been married so many times and it's not working, it can't be the person that you're with. It's
Hey,
the
Beth.
person in the mirror.
Yeah, definitely. Sometimes it's hardest to see your flaws. You know, like me, I'm sure I got plenty of flaws, but it's hard for me to see my own flaws. But other people can see them. You know.
I know flaws.
Yeah, I know some of mine. I know some of mine. I don't want to bring them up right now.
My hardest critic. So it's like I know my flaws. I don't know all of them, but I know the majority of them.
So when they tried to call you today, did you speak with them?
I did.
Okay. Now let me ask you this: when you went and met with the TBI today, was Katie and Chris with you? Can you answer that?
Katie was there.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, I ain't gonna make you get you into something, that you ain't supposed to speak on.
If I answer something,
Thank you so much, Zelda. Now, here, this part up here is kind of interesting coming up too, guys. So just listen close if you can. Again, thank you, Zelda, and thank you to anybody that has donated to that very much.
that I'm not supposed to answer, I'll know.
Okay. All right. So you said
I'll be in trouble later.
Yeah, so you say today was hopeful, which is a good thing. Okay. I won't go into what let me ask you this. They show you a video?
Yeah.
Okay. Did that video contain your son?
Yes.
Okay. Was that video from somewhere outside that house?
Yes.
That means your son's out there.
They showed me a video that I have been asking for from the very beginning. I wanted to see a video of my son after I spoke to him Thursday and before he disappeared on Monday.
Okay, so this video of your son is from after the time he went missing?
No, it was before.
It was before. Yeah. Was it the video from the restaurant?
Yeah.
I knew it was that video from the restaurant. I went to that restaurant the other night, so I had chicken. And I also spoke to the people there.
Had chicken?
Huh?
You went to a steakhouse and had chicken.
I had chicken. Yeah, I had chicken. And a loaded baked potato and broccoli to be I always go to the steakhouse and get chicken. I don't know why. I do it at Outback too.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, you can't go to Chick-fil-A and get a hamburger.
Yeah, I know. So I went to the restaurant. I spoke to the waitresses and stuff at the restaurant because that's what I do. I sleuth around and try to look for answers or clues or different things. So the video from the rest. So there's nothing from the point that you haven't seen anything from the point he's went missing, just
No.
prior to it. So they showed you a little prior. Did everything seem happy in the video? Everything seemed good. Okay. All right. Well, that's good. But let me think. I want to dig into a hole here.
It's because you're not asking the right question.
Yeah. Okay.
Wasn't that interesting there? Hold on.
Restaurant because that's what I do. I sleuth around and try to look for answers or clues or different things. So the video from the rest. So there's nothing from the point that you haven't seen anything from the point he's went missing, just prior to it. So they showed you a little prior. Did everything seem happy in the video? Everything seemed good. Okay. All right. Well, that's good. But let me think. I want to dig into a hole here.
It's because you're not asking the right question.
Yeah. Okay. What do the police believe happened? What are they telling you? Did they have hit you with anything? Did they just keeping? You can't answer that one, huh?
Didn't tell me nothing.
They didn't tell you nothing.
They're not going to tell me anything on the investigation.
There's the restaurant, folks. Okay. They both look pretty happy to me. It's an amazing picture, in my opinion. I don't know. You guys take it for what it is. That whatever. I agree. Doodle's asking what's on that piece of paper right there. It's interesting. Sebastian's got a black shirt on with a print on the front of it, almost kind of like what you said he was wearing that night. Just saying. Hey, Firefly, good to see you. They claim that's not the picture. Okay, well, it looks like Texas Roadhouse to me, or at least that's the way ours looks. Okay, the booth, there's the wood, the wall. That's exactly what Texas Roadhouse looks like, guys. They must go there regularly then, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, back to this. Same place, wrong night. That's all. I mean, if they go there regularly, hey, they got great food there. I don't blame them.
Well, why show you the video?
Because I'd asked.
You would ask for the video. So, but
I asked. I said, I need to see proof of life before he went.
Okay, because you wanted to know he was alive before he went missing.
I wanted to make sure he was okay beforehand.
Okay.
And they showed it to me. I'd asked for it.
And he was okay, and everything was good with him, normal.
Yeah.
And you said he wouldn't.
Still not asking the right question.
Okay, well, tell me what the right question is there, Seth. What do you got? What do you know, Seth, that we don't know? Can you tell us what you know?
Tell you, I had 2 more meetings today afterwards.
You got, okay, say that one more time.
I had 2 more meetings afterwards.
After you seen the video.
I had 2 more meetings afterwards. I had meetings planned all day today.
With TBI, law enforcement. Okay, you met with somebody else?
Yeah.
Is
You
it
want to
the
know why I'm
FBI?
happy? Huh?
Is it the FBI?
Nope.
Okay. Well, yeah, why you
Just
happy?
more information that I didn't have before.
Oh, all right, let's get it. Let's get it, Seth.
Just more information.
Okay.
Now, see, I already told them I'm running my own investigation as well.
Uh-huh.
So want to intrude upon their own.
Okay.
I'm lying as well.
Do you think that, okay, this is a question from Huntress. Does he think that they will wrap up soon and his baby will be found? She asked that question from the chat.
Always. That's beyond a doubt. That's an everyday when I wake up.
Okay.
All right. That's being hopeful and knowing that the answer's out there and I'm gonna find it.
Now, are the police being like reassuring that they're gonna figure this out to you?
Yep.
Huh?
Yep.
Okay. Have you spoke with the FBI?
Yep.
Okay. Now, one of my things is this.
It's almost over, Devo.
Them houses out there in that neighborhood are really, really nice houses. And most of them have security systems, cameras. Why is he not on any of those cameras?
Don't know.
Don't know.
I don't know. Like, but then again, if I lived in a house that cost $688,000, I damn well have a fucking security system on it too.
Yeah, and I mean, most of them houses out there are up.
It does now, by the way. They've installed a security system. Imagine that.
Up there in that range. They start at 500,000. They're living a lot better than me. I noticed there was a lot of cameras out there.
Law enforcement, they making a lot more than I am. Okay.
Yeah. I said the same thing when I said it. I was like, they're making a lot more than I am.
Keep going the way they're going, I might turn around and have to go start flipping burgers for $22 an hour.
So how is everything with your work? Did they understand what's going on?
I asked for a leave of absence. When I ask for a leave of absence, they know that I'm looking for my son.
Okay, so they're not giving you a hard time at work. So when you decide to go back to work, everything's gonna be good with you.
I'm hoping. I haven't heard from them.
Okay. Let me think of anything else. Okay, so you met with you had a couple more meetings today, other than with the TBI. You gained more information. And we learned that the trash truck, that was just a trash truck. It wasn't flashlights.
Correct.
And real quick again, just to update you guys, we found out last night that trash service does not, and I showed you guys, for those of you that weren't in here, I'm sorry. I showed them earlier that their hours and their rules says that their trash service does not start before 6 a.m. and does not pick up, or does not pick up before 6 a.m. and does not pick up after 8 p.m. Well, then earlier in this interview, Seth says that the guy that had that video, the time is stuck on 311. They watched the whole thing and it was still at 311. So that's why it looks like it's looping. Okay. So that whole thing was off completely.
The shoe thing. Now I've heard you say this.
It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, he stepped in the ant pile, the fire ants. I'm from Georgia. I know about them fire ants. They'll light your ass up, boy. I mean, like cigarette burns. They got me good. As a kid, I fell into one riding a
I
bike.
never thought of it as a cigarette burn because I've never like been burnt by a cigarette, but I've been burnt by a match head before,
Y-
and,
y-
and that's what fire ants remind me of.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, it reminds me of a cigarette burn. It'll blister up. It hurts. Matter of fact, my yard, we got some fire ants in my yard that'll get your ass. I got the biggest ants you ever seen. They did the biggest ants I've ever seen in my life. They'll be at my house. They are huge ass ants.
Or velveteen ants,
These look like monster ass ants.
red
Like
and black and about yay big.
so, you don't think he had never ran off before? If he was to say, "Hey, I'm upset with my stepdad. I want to get out of here," why wouldn't he take any shoes? And why, when everybody asks her that, Chris overspeaks her?
I don't know.
So certain. Like, how does he know he took the flashlight?
Don't know again.
Or are they
Right.
just missing a flashlight?
Huh?
I mean, are they missing the flash? I mean, I guess they're missing a flashlight. That's what makes them think he took the flashlight. Because if she was in bed when he left, how does she know he had the flashlight?
I would say that she's saying that because they can't find it.
Yeah, I would think so too. And I'm sure, being the mother, she knows what shoes he has, and all them shoes are accounted for.
Yep, shoes go off at the front door at her house just like they go off at the front door at mine.
Okay. It just seems a little odd that he would leave like that with no shoes on and never done that before.
Yep, kind of
Does he
weird.
does he ever have any episodes
What do you mean by episodes?
like maybe where he don't know what's going on, gets confused?
He hasn't had any of those type of seizures in years.
Okay. Okay. So when he was young, he would have these type of medical, but as he got older, he outgrew them.
Yeah.
Okay. And the condition, I heard you say something that has one side, you didn't want him playing football or baseball or anywhere he could get hit because he had like some water on his brain or something, a pocket on one side of his.
He had a pocket of fluid on the right bilateral part of his brain. Yes, I believe my son is alive.
So he couldn't really take a blow to the head or nothing. If he fell.
Hey, I have a phone call coming in.
Okay, Seth, I'll let you go. I appreciate you coming up here and share with us. Okay.
No problem. Thank you.
All right, Seth. You be good.
All right, so that was that, guys, because he got a phone call that came in and that was cut off. So that was pretty telling, in my opinion. There's a lot that was said in that, and a lot that was said without anything being said, if that makes any sense to you guys. Yeah, he used to have seizures because he had fluid on the brain, and he's got the chromosome issue that he has. He had some health problems, folks, a lot. Not to mention the fact that he was on the spectrum. So, right, Mickey, the questioning was different. And he states in here that he's doing his own investigation, which I remember him talking about a while back. He wasn't going to be giving up, stopping doing anything, period. So, okay. And he met with 2 other meetings he had after he had that meeting with TBI. He saw the video of Sebastian and Katie at the restaurant. And then he had 2 other meetings with 2 other separate entities. And he got more information than he had. And it made him positive, whatever that info is. I'm thinking that he hired a PI. Maybe that's one of my opinions. I think that's one of the meetings he may have had. Okay. That he hired a PI that can do things that he can't do. You know, he's got law enforcement experience. That's true, but he can't do certain things that a PI can do in some senses. Do you know what I mean? Well, they do and don't. My wife had a form of epilepsy when she was 16. She had well, not 16, I'm sorry. I think she was 13. Whenever her menstrual started, okay? She started having grand mal seizures. But she also was run over by a car, completely run over by a car when she was 3 years old. And that's what they believe that was from. And she stopped having her seizures when she was about 16 or 17 and hasn't had. I think she had one about 20 years ago when we first got together. It wasn't any kind of a grand mal. It was kind of I call it a lockup seizure, and hasn't had anything since. They're still in, and my sister used to have juvenile epilepsy as well. You have to understand something. The seizures are because there's a defect in your brain that causes that to happen, okay? Unless you fix that somehow, it doesn't go away. So Victoria's right about that. You can treat it. It can be medicated. You can outgrow the certain versions of certain epileptic type diseases, but it's all on how your body's treated and what your life experiences and stuff are. So that's true. Very true. Scar tissue from head injuries can cause seizures, which is why I had to go on anti-seizure medication when I had this brain surgery. I took it for a year just to ensure that I wasn't going to have any seizures. I didn't, thank the Lord, but not from that. Later down the road, I had a couple issues with something, but nothing from that per se. Yes. Traumatic brain injuries definitely can cause seizures. That's a fact. And yes, that's why Matthew's on medications. So So something about, like I was trying to state, I wanted you guys to notice that Seth's demeanor has definitely changed. So there's reasons for that, obviously. Okay, now back to, let me jump to this real quick with you guys, real quick here. Give me a second. Um, uh,
And Riley would said, well, why can't I have a mohawk? My friend has one. And they'd say his friend's mom was a hairstylist. So who do you think got up and fixed his hair every day?
this is the Riley Strain funeral service. Just so I was showing some of you guys this. If you guys do not want to see this, let me know. I thought you guys would want to real quick.
So they made a compromise. And I think I saw a couple pictures of it, that he had a little short on the side and then a little more spiky on the top. So that was his mohawk. During archery, he needed a bullseye design shaved into the side of his head, and even deer antlers when it was hunting season. Michelle recalled how I sent her a picture, and I believe it's on the front. of your memorial folder. And she looked at it and she thought, wow, Riley fixed his hair today. It looks fluffy. So she asked him, what did you do to your hair?
Again, if you guys don't want to see this, just let me know. I was trying to see. I don't have to play this. It's just a couple people asked about it. I will take it down and we'll move forward. That's all. I just wanted to show you that this was going on right now. So. Not today, guys. Okay, so that's, yeah, there's an investigation needs to be, and I'll be looking into that more, quite a bit more. So it's kind of, I'm not really good with handling funerals, you guys. It's just not one of my things. So that is going on right now for any of you that should choose to want to watch it. I don't do them very well. I get very strange with it. So moving forward, to something else that I wanted to throw out here too. Yeah, rest in peace, Riley, for sure. I wanted to throw up something that JLR put out yesterday. Yeah, see, I'm not either. I just don't do well. It takes me back to my biological fathers and my best friends, and it's just, I don't handle them well. So I can't. I showed you that it's there if you guys want to go to that. I can't do it, guys. I'm sorry. For those of you that may want to, I understand if you want to jump out and go check that out. That's perfectly understandable. I'm just not that. I just can't. I'm sorry. Now going forth with this, there was a couple of interesting things in here that I thought we should look at, and then again, I want to do the call-ins and stuff, guys.
Specifics. Wanted a steak so rare it had to be cold. Claimed to have a disorder that he wore. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers continues. JLR investigates. Got some new information I want to share with all of you. We're talking about this young man here. Been up in the
Where did it go? I'll be doing something here soon, I promise. Very soon. I agree, W. Smith. That'd be awesome.
Hendersonville, Tennessee area, Mississippi area, Memphis area, Jackson, Tennessee area, and areas all in between the last week. Bringing awareness to this young man. This young man needs to be found. There needs to be a resolution here. Authorities are working around the clock. We're talking about Sumner County Sheriffs. We're talking about TBI. According to Chris Proudfoot, other agencies in other states have worked on this case, which is very interesting. Well, we do know that they did a search warrant at a landfill in Kentucky in reference to, related to that dumpster area right by the Proudfoot's house. Wondering if authorities are searching around the Yogi Bear campground. There was a lot of chatter that Proudfoots have fled their home and are staying at this campground just south of Memphis, Horn Lake area of Tennessee or Mississippi. What's going on with that? But the Proudfoots actually went on television today. They went on television. But I want to tell you something. This is interesting too, and I'm trying to get this person on. But a waitress bartender from Alabama has reached out to me and gave me a scoop on Proudfoot when Proudfoot was working down in Alabama at one point. Christopher Proudfoot used to go to Texas Roadhouse to go eat while he was working, while he was down there at the job, while his wife was in Tennessee. And I want to share some of that information, which is interesting. I see a lot of people in the chat. Come on in. We are keeping Sebastian's name out there. I am in Georgia right now, en route to Florida. I am not participating in any searches whatsoever conducted by the United Cajun Navy. One thing I want to say to everybody is, if you decide to search, or if you want to search, or if you want to make a difference out there, do not under any circumstances give your personal information to anyone. Anybody that asks you to sign something or provide your ID or provide your email address or anything, do not, I repeat, do not give your personal information to anyone. You do not want to get your name on someone's list. You'll get all types of spamming and solicitations for donations and bamboozled and redirected to different places. You don't want to give your personal information to anyone. Proudfoots talked on Fox and Friends this morning. Proudfoots talked to Fox and Friends this morning. And if you notice, looks like Katie is at one location and Christopher is at another location. They're trying to do serious damage control here. They know the tables have turned on them. They have they're in a corner here. No support whatsoever. No friends and associates.
There hasn't yet been, Tracy. I haven't been able to find any real clarification. Unfortunately. No problem, babe of the Ozarks. Okay, 1 second here.
Associates of Proudfoot that I'm told that are backing him. Pretty much the only people that are backing the Proudfoots at this point are Chris Proudfoot's parents. Doesn't seem like anyone openly wants anything to do with the Proudfoots right now. You know what's interesting too, folks? We don't talk about Katie Proudfoot's mom. We don't talk about Katie Proudfoot's side of the family at all. And they haven't come out. Her father has a Facebook account, doesn't have his photo on there, Mr. Payne. And, he's trying to find his grandson, he says, but no public support for Katie Proudfoot. Wonder why? Well, Katie Proudfoot's own mom is in big trouble with the law herself in Virginia. I don't know if you guys are aware of that. Extensive history of all types of crimes committed. It's kind of scary. If Sebastian was ever around Katie Proudfoot's mother, it would be yikes. But I want to show you something. I'm spilling the tea. Look, this is the thumbnail of this video. We are spilling the tea. I want to share with you some correspondence I had with a bartender / waitress from Alabama. And this person, I will not reveal their name, and you can, maybe look into this more yourself. Maybe this person is not telling the truth, but I find this person pretty credible in my eyes. I'm vetting it around. Says, just have some inside information. I'm a bartender at Texas Roadhouse in Alabama. For months, Chris was on a crane job site near Pelham, Alabama. He came into the restaurant several times a week, ordering the same thing. Sat at the bar. He never drank alcohol. Sweet tea, filet steak rare. She's actually getting into specifics. Wanted his steak so rare it had to be cold. Claimed to have a disorder that that didn't allow his body to digest meat unless it was raw. Do you guys know anything about that? Can Chris Proudfoot eat meat? And does it have to be raw? He never would provide his name, and when asked for a name for his tab, he would always give random cartoon names like Mickey, Daffy, Goofy. Now, I thought this was kind of fake, but then I'm reading into this, and it actually makes sense. Eventually, we labeled him as Scooby, and that's what he was known as moving forward. Chris spoke of his daughter in New Mexico that he may get to see twice a year, along with a custody battle. There was a death in the family at some point around October or November. The mother had an illness, something serious. I think maybe a brain tumor. There were multiple conversations ongoing and a lot of insight to his personal life, but never a mention of his wife or stepson. None of us had any idea he was married. This man pursued me in a dating matter. Had I been interested, he would have gone that route. I texted him since seeing his face on the news and called him out on keeping his family a secret. He claims that they were separated at the time and doing much better now. What was the wedge in the marriage if there was an actual separation? What did it take to fix that marriage? Now, I believe this person. I'm going to try to get this person on. This is somebody that sent something. So can someone, if anyone knows the Proudfoots, and I know a lot of people, he didn't take a polygraph. Well, he says he didn't take a polygraph, which is interesting. If anyone knows anybody, folks, that knows the Chris Proudfoot, was he ever working in Pelham, Alabama as a crane operator? Now, it seems like Chris works these different job sites, like, whatever contracts. I don't know what company he works for, but he was doing a crane operation job in Memphis, coincidentally staying right near there, might go back to that crane job. And then was working at Vanderbilt for a little bit, took some assignments there. But the question is, if he was out and about alone, far away at these job sites, calling himself, or, they're calling him Scooby. We're like Scooby-Doo investigators and trying to investigate this case. We want to get some insight about Chris, but when he's out on the road away from Katie, serious, if he's out on the road away from Katie, has he ever tried?
Now, you guys understand something with what we hear. There's some other things. This isn't really the part that I'm too worried about. We hear all these things out here on these platforms constantly. You got to take everything that you hear like this, because it's third-party information, with a grain of salt, guys. Don't let it stick. Okay? We don't know for a fact that that's true. That could be anybody in the world just wanting to throw some kind of a wrench out here to into the gears to throw some drama up. Just make sure you take all of this stuff with a grain of salt that you're hearing about this, because there's more that goes with this that's a little bit more interesting to me, that is in regards to the case itself. This stuff has no bearing on it. Okay. Hey, Mama Bear, good to see you, ma'am. Thank you for joining us in the chat. So just remember that stuff is all I'm saying, guys.
Try to hook up with other chicks behind Katie's back, because it seems like this waitress says that Chris didn't say anything about his wife or stepson. And I'm starting to think a minute, Chris, been in multiple marriages. He's been in multiple marriages. One right now in New Mexico does not want their child around Chris Proudfoot. There's no pictures of Chris Proudfoot at all with Sebastian. I'm just wondering, folks, if Proudfoot Chris was away from that house from the beginning of February all the way up to when Sebastian was reported missing by Chris, who called the sheriff's office while he was on three-way with Katie. I'm just wondering if Chris, even though he's out there working, but I wonder what the relationship was like at the time.
Mama.
Do you think they possibly were separated and there was a friction between both of them and they were trying to patch things up, or Chris was like, I'm not coming back home there until this situation or this is taken care of? Could that be what's going on here with this? Like, I'm not coming back until you do something with Sebastian. I say this because it does not seem, based off me being on boots on the ground, based off what you guys put out there, based off what's all in the Facebook groups, based off the relationship that we've heard, the description of Chris out of his own mouth, the belt incident, it doesn't seem like Chris and Sebastian loved each other at all. Doesn't seem like Chris wanted anything to do with Sebastian. Mom's going out on doing all these fun things with Sebastian the day before he reported missing. Some people are talking about Letitia Stouch. She did something similar, right? Giving a kid their last meal, giving their kid their last fun day. Because that's another thing too. Does Katie, while Chris is far away, does Katie normally take Sebastian out and do all these activities like she did on Sunday, the day before he went missing? Does Katie go and take this kid and give him the fun of his life, going out to eat, going to buy snacks, going to a bowling alley and recreation, hanging out with cousins and everything like that, and like a good old time. Like she almost like tired him to death with all the activities. Big breakfasts in the morning. Does she normally do that? Or was she trying to do a Letitia Stotch type playbook here? Give the kid the last fun day of his life. Janine says it's all speculation. Absolutely. This is all speculation. This is all speculation to try to get insight of who these people are, because they portray themselves as certain things. But I see a lot of more nefarious, bad things behind the scene. Chris Proudfoot has clearly told all of us lies. Clearly. Why are they on Fox and Friends? Actually, I got the link here. By the way, we have a Facebook group. We are on this case. We're going to every meticulous detail. We have connections, folks, with neighbors, community members, people that know the Proudfoots personally, and we get the goods. We get different scoops. We get.
Now, once again, the only thing about this that I found interesting was the theory that JLR had about, could there have been some problems in the marriage? Could Sebastian have been the problem? And was that an issue as to what was going on between them? That's the only thing about this. I don't like to hear all the other crap, okay? And I don't have anything against JLR. But all the other speculative things about 6 marriages and stuff, that's not important to me, okay? Because that has nothing to do with Sebastian. The theory type basis of what he was saying is something that's interesting, because we don't know why Chris was not home, other than the fact he was working. But could he have been back and forth on the weekends, so on and so forth? What was the deal with this? Were they separated for whatever reason? We don't know. Okay. Now I did find that one thing on his Facebook that I showed you guys that made me a little bit, it was a little off-putting to me, that whole kinky ads thing, so on and so forth. And I was just like, wow, okay. But that does not, again, tell me what happened to Sebastian. All it tells me is this in there, is something in that built into a motive to something that could have happened to Sebastian. And that's what I'm talking about. Okay. That's what I want to talk about, is that, is there a motive to where somebody could do something to try to remove this child from his home? Okay. Or that life. So, that's where I'm at with this, guys. I have a link. I think it's pinned. Let me try it again. Pinned in the chat to go ahead and bring people up to talk. I'm going to open up the phone lines here in just a second. I'm setting that up right now to have some people call in, and we're going to talk about it. And the other things that we do know. So, 1 second here. One second. All right. Right. Jillian, that's correct. Because Chris is in Mississippi at a job site. Katie came back and met with Seth at that meeting. So, all right. Let me double check to make sure that that is in there. Hold on a minute. All right, I got the link in chat for that. Richard Lambert, welcome, by the way. Don't you see that those zillion YouTube interviews with Katie and Chris, they are telling people what they want to hear and not revealing anything about what led to Chris leaving that house? Or do you mean Sebastian? All right, the link's in chat. Let me make sure this is set up. And the phone lines are open. If anybody would like to call in and discuss these things, we can do that. It is up and rolling, folks. Excuse me. No, I figured that's what you meant, Richard. Thank you. I wholeheartedly agree with that, sir. I absolutely do. If that were true, Kim, which it could very well be, why? Why? And we heard Seth in that interview hint to the point of somebody that's running away from something because they're scared of something. Could that be what happened, you guys? Could Sebastian have ran away because he was afraid of something or somebody? Some situation? Lou Hellickson, welcome back. It could, it makes me wonder. We heard that there was, I put something together in my head over the past few days that kind of bugs me a little bit. Okay. I'm going to explain this to you, and then we're going to go from there. This is my mind doing its own thing. Okay. It doesn't mean it's what happened. Please don't take it as that. It's just something that my mind put together based on facts that we have. So we hear that Katie says she asked him to go to bed at a certain time. He goes to bed. Then there's a thud. She said, "What was that, Bubba? Did you fall out of bed?" "No, Mom, I'm fine. Go to bed." Okay. Welcome back, Cassie. We also hear that Katie's on the phone with Chris for 3 hours during this time or right before. Did he do something, possibly Sebastian, that upset Katie? And Chris, being on the phone with Katie, made probably an empty threat just to scare him, Sebastian, into submitting to his mother and listening to his mother. An empty threat of discipline because he's not there. But you can say to a child that has an understanding of probably a 7 or an 8-year-old child, you better listen to your mother now or stop doing whatever you did, or I'm coming home and beating your ass. In turn, if that child is used to that type of a disciplinary action, they become fearful immediately. Okay. In turn, we run from fear, folks. Sorry about that. When we fear something, we go away from it. A child definitely goes away from it. Not saying that was going to happen, but an empty threat. We've all said things like that to our children where, if you don't stop that, you're going to be grounded, or I'm going to take your game system, or I'm going to, things like that. We're just saying it to get that child to act the way we want them to at that point in time. But if something, we know that there was discipline in that home, pretty strict discipline. If that was something that was said during that phone call and it scared Sebastian to the point where he could have ran out of that house, then what happened? Okay, that could be why we're here right now. And it's something that I've thought about for a few days now after seeing and learning certain other things. And that's the thing, though, Gene. If he was scared to death of his stepfather coming home possibly to discipline him, spank him, whatever it was that was said, not, we don't know if it was ever said at all, but being that she states that she was on the phone with him and something at that point in time could have went down, okay? He wasn't, listening to his mother, and Chris is threatening to discipline him somehow if he doesn't, or something went down at that time where that thud came into effect, and Sebastian runs off scared. From the point that Sebastian runs out of that house scared, we don't know what happened. That's the problem. We know that there were footprints by the retention pond and then nothing. I think that is very true, Richard. I think that could be where some of the what I view as possible guilt comes from in her tears. Okay. If that wouldn't have happened, then everything would be okay. He wouldn't have ran off, and maybe somebody took him because he ran out in the middle of the night and tried to go somewhere else, and somebody saw him and grabbed him, and now he's really missing. It's just a thought. Okay. Thank you again very much, Brandy. I appreciate that. That could have been it too, B. You know, with that, he got scared. I'm out of here. I'm going to my dad's. My dad will protect me. Thinking he knows how to get there. Okay. My son, Caden, was going to walk to his grandmother's when he was little because he knows the direction we drove. So he just went that direction. He didn't get very far, but just saying. We don't, that's what we don't know, Sherry. Welcome, by the way. Is based on the, you know, fact that Chris has stated that he has used a belt on him. He is a very strict disciplinary. Being that there's a military background, you know, sometimes, you know, military parents are a little stricter than others because of, you know, their military experience. So we don't know for sure. Was he maybe put into the garage as a punishment as he wouldn't go to sleep? Why is there a bed? Well, the bed was given to them and it was just put in the garage, according to Chris, because they hadn't had a chance to switch it out and put it in the house yet. There's two that live in that area, Salty. One is for children, the other was for something else. But Clue found them, and one of them only registered in 2023. So, you know, that's what I'm saying. If he would have ran out of that house out of fear of something, and just so happens that one of these people that like children in a bad way sees him as he's going to a store or doing something, driving down the road. Hey, you need a ride? Snatches him up, and that's it. Okay? It's a thought that I've had. I agree. An empty threat could have scared Sebastian. He ran out of the house, or maybe have even phoned his dad to pick him up. Just thinking out loud. I mean, yeah, the other side of that, Vicky, very well could be too. Just saying, with the footprints we were told were tracked to the retention pond, barefoot. That would be another reason why somebody could, you know, a child that's afraid of the dark and normally would throw shoes on would run out of the house spooked with no shoes on because he's scared. So, it's interesting. That's an interesting theory. Again, like I said, guys, the phone lines are open now. If you have an opinion, a thought, a feeling on this, please call in. Well, that's true too. There's two that are registered in that area, Salty. That they're registered. We don't know how many that are unregistered live around there too. That's the other problem. Gotcha, Melissa. Thank you. What are you talking about, Doodle? What is what? Well, she says it's extremely high, the number of sex offender residents that are at that campsite. Oh, it's my boom for my microphone, guys. It's this old beat up rickety thing. I have to move them out. If this one's set up, I have to mount the mic on this one though. That was something that somebody sent me off of the Amazon thing. It's very, very, very nice. I'm very grateful for it. Because this one's broke, and I just hadn't had the chance to switch it out yet. Oh, I'm sure, Melissa. I'm sure. So again, it's another theory, you know, that could make some sense based on the things we've been told and the things we see. So, oh no, definitely not a headboard. It's just a microphone boom. That's true. Very true, Salty. Welcome, JC. Thank you for joining me.
Hi, Dago. How are you?
I am wonderful. How are you?
I am okay. I'm just literally relaxing today and doing nothing but sleeping and laundry.
Good.
Stayed
Good for
late
you.
last night, and I'm just gonna rest up for the weekend. And yeah, so
There you go. You earn it. You work enough. You definitely earned it.
yeah. So I have a question.
Sure thing. Sure thing. Oh, you still there? No? There you go.
Is that
Can you
better?
hear me? Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay, yeah. I just got a phone call and I think it muted me.
Okay.
But anyway, I was wondering, do you remember the case in Colorado where the couple reported their kid missing and thought that he went up in the air balloon, and then he came down and the air balloon came down and he wasn't in it?
Yes.
And do you think do you think Chris and Katie could have hoaxed a kidnapping?
I don't take anything off the table right now. Anything's possible, of course. Yes, 100% could have happened.
I can't believe I just thought about that, but that is.
Oh, yeah, no, I thought about that quite a while back because he was supposed to go live with his father permanently here relatively soon. Okay. It very easily could be that that's not what she wanted. And because of that, you know, he could be being hidden somewhere right now. That was another theory I had. End of story. So, and there's a few other things, ways that it could be working out that way too. Oh yeah, I should probably put the number up for you guys too. That would help, wouldn't it? 100%. There it is, guys. Sorry about that. 234-703-4047. Give me a call and let me know what you feel, guys, please, if you will. Sorry about that, folks. So yeah, absolutely. It could have been something that happened. The odds are probably pretty low because law enforcement would have been all over that at this point. I think there's so many things that would have to be being covered to make that go off and stand off for this long. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's just something to think about. The if you're thinking that that's what happened, you got to think about everything that goes along with that and everything that they would have to do to make that work without being found out. You see what I'm saying? So,
it's just interesting. It's just
very much so. Yeah, I agree with you.
It's all just so frustrating. Like because we aren't any. I mean, really, today are we any closer to an answer than we were a month ago?
We aren't. I can't tell you that law enforcement and the families aren't, but we aren't.
Yeah, like because I don't think that we've had any significant progress. I guess.
No, I agree.
We haven't, but maybe they have. Hopefully, they have.
I feel after watching the most recent interview with Seth and some other things that I've seen and heard that I think he knows something a little more than what we do. He states that he has more information now that he didn't have before, and he's been a little bit more upbeat than he was. So maybe he has some info that he got that law enforcement may have put out to him.
I'm wondering. I mean, I know from the get-go that they have been, but I'm wondering if they're not literally building a huge case.
A very well, 100%. I'm sure they don't. Just like with every case we've looked at, they don't want to have to do this more than once. They don't want to have to do it the wrong way and do it again. Any of that kind of stuff. So they're gonna take their time, just like they are with the Soto case, in my opinion, and build it up and make it right. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
Thank you, Molly. Hold on a minute.
And they still haven't came out with the actual charge, have they, in her case?
No, on Soto, no. There hasn't been an actual murder charge yet. It's all
up in the air.
right. It's crazy. Wow, that's a lot. So in Hendersonville itself, okay. Oh, wait a minute. Why is this doing this to me today? Hold on a second. Let's try this again. In Hendersonville alone, okay. Well, okay, I'll go back to this then.
Call from.
Uh,
To accept, press 1.
Hey, Neil, you got the Dago. What's going on, buddy?
Hey, we're watching show. I hate to miss or redirect back to the Rogers case.
No, that's what we're doing. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Please do.
So, in my opinion, if a search dog is looking for an article of clothing to go track to find that person, it's going to be footwear. It's not going to be a blanket or a shirt or anything. I just wanted to see what your thoughts were on that. Because I believe they found a blanket. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah, I do agree. First off, I agree with you that, yeah, because it has the most pungent smell as far as, clothing goes, would be a good smell. But I've seen them use shirts, pants, whatever, undergarments sometimes. These dogs are trained pretty well. So either way, it could be anything.
Yeah. Well, I was just going to say, officers are in a pile at the front door. That may interfere a little bit. Now, my second point is the radio scanner that we listen to that's confusing. I can tell you from experience that if you're getting that from radio reference or Broadcastify, they can pull pieces and parts out of that dispatch before it's able to be listened to. Unless you're listening to that scanner real time, you don't hear every piece of traffic. Just so everybody knows that.
Right. No, and that was pieced together. You could see where it was cut with different timestamps at the top of it.
Yeah.
So it was cut together.
Yeah. Right. So there's got to be a reason. There was something in there that they don't want out in the public, my opinion.
Very much possible. Yes, sir. Very, 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 very possible, in my opinion.
That's all I had. I just enjoy your show, and thank you for continuing.
Absolutely. I appreciate you very much, my friend. Thank you again for being here and supporting this 100%.
Yeah, hopefully they find out.
Absolutely. I'm praying that we find him soon.
All right, there you go. Have a good day. Bye.
Take care, brother. Thank you. Bye-bye. All right, Neil, thanks for that call. I appreciate it. Salty says about a year ago, a little girl disappeared from her neighborhood. The neighbor had her hidden in his house. Took Ellie 2 days to realize it after he told Ellie hadn't seen her. Keep an eye on the pet. Yeah, absolutely. That's absolute. I have a list of them. There's a lot in this area, folks. A whole lot. Thank you, Salty. Hold on a minute. Let me try to pull this list up again. Are you still here, JC?
Yeah.
Good deal. Okay, so guys, this is the list of RSOs in Hendersonville alone. Or not a list, but a map showing where they're all pinpointed at in Hendersonville. Okay? All of these dots are RSOs. 2, 2, 3, 2, 21. 8. I mean, all these. That's how many are in these areas, guys. It's just scoured with them. Okay, they're everywhere. We got 21 in this one spot right here. 10, 3, 7, 4, 6, 5, 5, 3, 8, 6, 2, 4, 5, 2, 7, 8, 2, 2, 6,
Whoa.
3. They're everywhere, you guys.
Yeah.
This is just Hendersonville alone. You see the name Hendersonville right here? It's all around. All around. Okay, so if we look over, there's Rockland Recreation Area right there. That's one of the places they searched. There's 6 right there. There's 2 over here. Okay. Down here by Hadley Bend, Riverside Golf Center, 21.
Wow.
There's Old Hickory on Hadley, down by Hadley Avenue, 10. Okay, so guys, they're there.
Where do
They're
they live
there.
at?
What, hun?
Where do they live? The Proudfoots.
They live in a housing development over there in what the hell is that? Shackle Island, it's called.
Okay.
Yeah, basically,
So how
yeah.
many? Do we know how many are registered around that in their neighborhood?
They're Cluminati found 2 that are right directly by them, like neighbors to them. 2 of them, okay. Right on that. I think it's the road behind them, actually. But still, guys, yeah, Richard, Pedoville, 100%. Look at it. They're everywhere. And one of those 2 that Clue found is for small children, younger children. One of them was something else that had to do with like a 2-year age difference, teenagers and stuff like that thing.
Oh yeah.
And that's the thing we got to understand is some of them aren't, but I mean, guys, it's there. Look, 21 right there. That's insane to me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So they're there, guys. They are absolutely there. Thank you, Molly. Anybody else? Go ahead.
But even that though, like, what are the odds of him running away and someone like that being out there at the same exact? I mean, I know it could happen. It very well could
No,
happen.
you're right.
But
especially that time of night. What are the odds? Probably slim to none,
but it's still possible.
but it's very, very possible. Like I said, you guys, I've been trying to put together after seeing the things we've learned recently. What the hell could have happened? And, we know that she was on the phone. She heard a thud. She was talking to Chris, heard a thud. What was that? Nothing. Go to bed. You're fine. And maybe there was an argument that ensued and he threatened an empty threat. If you don't listen to your mom and get your ass to bed, I'm going to come home, make this drive home and whoop your ass. Could have scared him. We don't know what the dynamic is in that house with them. And he gets out of there thinking he's in danger of some sort. Because I know how their minds work, thinking that was a serious threat. He took it serious and then decided to get the hell out of there and took off running. And somebody could have snatched him.
Do we still think that he could be in the camper?
I don't think so. I think, from my understanding, after hearing the EMA talk about how many times things were searched, they pretty much, I'm sure when that camper was brought home, they went through it. They went through the house 10 times. I mean, I don't know for a fact. I don't want to give that, a factual statement, but we don't know. And that's true, Beth. It could be anything these days. There's nothing I'll put past anything.
Or Chris could have, there's a 6-hour window, so Chris could have made the trip home. They'd done something with him and then made the trip back.
Anything's possible. I'll say that.
Have they tracked Chris's phone from those hours?
I'm sure they've had they pinged everything. I think Ellie has covered every base on this, in my opinion. We just have to wait and see in that form. But I feel like Seth definitely has some new information. He states that he does. He seems a lot more positive and a lot more upbeat. So, you know what I mean? We'll have to see. We'll definitely have to see. Sherry says, in my opinion, an autistic child with little to no social skills definitely isn't trying to party. So yeah, I can agree with that much.
Would you be shocked if he's found okay?
No, I won't be shocked. I
You won't?
have another theory that that
You're
he's
not.
somebody else has him and that he's alive and well.
Yeah. I do too now after hearing what Seth had to say last night.
Right. And I've had that in the back of my mind for a while here. I brought it up a couple of days ago, because we just don't know. Okay. So it could be that simple. There's a lot of different options and a lot of different opinions that were put out about this. And I'm hoping that's what it is. I hope that this case, out of all cases, turns out to be, there's a happy ending to this. I really do.
But if law enforcement are they still searching though?
I believe they are. I do believe they are.
But law enforcement doesn't exactly know if he's with somebody safe.
Well, they may or they may not. They may be holding that close to their chest and, trying to run the investigation to get to the point where they get, the info that they need to do what they have to do. But at the same time,
how he got to where he is.
Oh yeah, right.
Okay. Okay. So they're
whether
just
it
going
be
business
somebody,
as normal. I mean, they could be just doing business as usual, just
Right.
to make people
absolutely,
keep people on track
absolutely, yes, ma'am,
that he is missing.
absolutely. And one thing that needs to be remembered, you guys, Sebastian is not mentally detracted. He's very smart for being autistic and whatnot. He's very smart. So, he could figure some of these things out on his own, I'm sure, without having to have somebody help him. But enough to say, hey, I'm scared of this that's going on in my home. Will you please help me?
Yeah.
That I can understand. You know what I'm saying? The point is if somebody is helping him, I would imagine they would go to the police.
Yeah.
I definitely would imagine they would go to the police. Again, like I said, he could have just my biggest theory is that something scared him and he took off and then somebody grabbed him. And that's the one thing I don't want it to be. I don't want it to be that somebody bad grabbed him if he ran out of the house. And you know what I'm saying?
Or somebody good could have grabbed him.
And that's what I'm praying for. That's what my thought is
Yeah.
Is that somebody good grabbed him. He said, hey, I'm afraid of what's going on for whatever reason. Can you help me? The only thing is I would hope that a good person would contact law enforcement and say, hey, this kid, I saw him walking. He said this is what was going on. Let's do something about this. And I think it would have came out by now. So
yeah,
I just don't know, you guys. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not trying to throw blame on anybody in particular, but looking at this situation over the past 3 days when I broke things down and looked at it, I can't put anybody in particular as being responsible other than Sebastian walking or running out of that house out of fear or curiosity, okay? Or being lured out of that house by somebody.
Well, in my opinion, though, is Chris and Katie are responsible no matter what because he was in their custody.
They should be held accountable. Agreed.
Absolutely.
So for those that asked, the number is scrolling on the bottom of the screen. It's 234-703-4047. Please give us a call. Let's hear what you got to what you think on this. I don't know, guys. I don't know. Listening, like last night, we talked about what EMA had stated about there not being any hits. Then we see and hear the dispatch audio, and then we see the Proudfits say that the dogs did track those to the pond. What is going on? Which way is it? Is law enforcement keeping that out of the media because they have something? Is it something that was misspoken and shouldn't have been put out there? What is the deal? You know what I mean? So, and that's one of my biggest things right there, Vicky, that scares me. If he went out of that house and did get snatched, that's what I fear could have happened. So, yeah, I agree with that as well, Tracy. Very possible. sometimes Asperger's and autism are thrown in the same category, and they just choose one over the other. So it is a struggle sometimes with that. Exactly, Davey. Exactly. And that seems to be what Sebastian's biggest downfall was, according to his step parent or his stepfather, was he doesn't get social cues. That's not really a downfall. It just means that he needs to be taught more and he needs to learn and grow more because his legal age is what it is, but mentally he's like 5 to 6 years younger than that. Right.
Call from little bit.
Hey, hey.
Accept, press 1. To send.
Hey, you got Dago. What's going on?
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Hey, I can.
I am wonderful, and thank you for calling in. What can we do for you? Amen to that one. Absolutely. So what are your thoughts about what we've seen and heard so far a little bit?
Because he said
Right.
he wanted to see.
I agree that, and the fact that he said he had 2 other meetings after that where he was running his own investigation for one. I think he may have hired his own PI. And I'm not sure of the other organization of who he may have met up with, but he got new information, he stated, and that made him feel better, you can tell. And I just want to know what it was.
Right.
So that's very possible too. Very possible. Well,
Moving with
part of the
somebody.
footage, right? Part of the footage, and he did claim that he saw. Oh, they can't hear you. Hold on a second.
Oh.
You're fine. Let me fix this. Hold on.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Dago, I can't hear her when.
Okay, go ahead and say something a little bit.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can. Can everybody else hear her now?
I can.
Okay, good.
All right.
Good. You fixed it.
So I think that first of all, he wanted to see the restaurant video with him and Katie there to make sure there was proof of life before the day that he went missing. So that is something that I think was important too. I agree with that. So at that point, that was important. That was uplifting to him in that sense. But then after that, he says that he met up with those 2 other people. So I think he did get some new information for whatever that may be that has made him feel a lot more positive. He blatantly states, yes, I think my son is alive. So that's a good thing to me.
Mm-hmm. The other thing I was thinking too, and I don't know, Dago, your opinion on this too, but I know they were talking about the homeless people, and he said, he'd been homeless, but he kind of had like it's kind of hard to see him sometimes, when it's so dark, but he almost had like a not a sarcastic, smirky look, but like a comfortable, smirky look when he said, homeless people take care of children. And then it seemed like he kind of went out of his way to say, when they said when Dolly said, well, if you ask, they may not say anything. And he said, well, not if the child tells them they're, afraid for their life.
Right.
And that kind of seems to be the narrative there here. in this whole case. So I'm wondering, and it's not far from where I guess everybody is, like at least the one that we've been hearing about with Riley's case and whatnot.
Right,
That
exactly.
maybe that's a possibility. I don't know. What do you think?
I'm not taking anything off the table at this point. Everything is a possibility to me because, but yeah, what you're saying, 100%, I can agree with that to an extent. There's a lot. We're getting more and more daily about what's going on. We hear different things every day from the interviews that are just little bits of pieces of information. Now, after that interview with Dolly today, it really, really uplifted me to see him in the spirits that he seemed to be. He had the grin on his face. I feel as if he feels a lot more positive towards what the outcome is going to be, in my opinion. So,
Yeah, I agree. Boy, I had so much to say until I got on here.
that always happens to everybody. It's okay. Take your time. What?
Hey, Davo.
Yes, JC, go ahead.
I'm gonna jump down, but I'll keep listening. Okay.
Okay, hon. Thank you for joining me. I appreciate you very much.
Yep. Bye.
Bye-bye. Do you have thoughts on any of the other cases that we're looking at while you're up here a little bit?
You know, Riley's case, that I guess the parents said that, and bless his heart, he is having his funeral today. That after the funeral, that they've got some additional things they would like to come out and discuss, and I would assume maybe on Monday or something, let them just kind of have their moment for the weekend. But obviously, I feel like it was foul play. I don't feel like there was I feel like there was some accidents along the way. Like we see.
I agree with you on that. One thing I have an issue with is they were saying that they believe that the current from the water basically pulled Riley's pants and his boots off. I don't believe that. Here's the problem with that. I've taken probably 100 people out of the water that have been deceased working with fire and EMS. Okay. When you go into water, jeans, especially blue jeans, the water absorbs into the pant and they become very heavy and very hard to move. So you got to have some strength, first of all, to pull a pair of cowboy boots off your feet, because the way they when you pull them on, they kind of hook your foot in there. It's stuck in there. They're hard to get on and off, first of all. And the body changes shape when it's in water. That's another thing. I'm not trying to gross anybody out, but it does. Okay. So for the boots to be taken off and the pants to be taken off by the current from the water, I'm not buying that. I'm sorry. No. I've never seen that happen, ever. The only time I've ever seen that happen is when we have to try to take them out of the water. Sometimes we've had to remove them, but not from the current. Hey, Mama Bear. So there's that. So I think there is some form of foul play going on somewhere with this, whether it was a robbery gone bad, a mugging that they tried to take these things from him, his wallet, blah, 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 whatever it was. Okay. There's somebody else that's involved in this. I just wish somebody or that person would come out and say, hey, this is what happened. Here I am, or I know who that is. That's my opinion on that.
Right. And I don't want to put speculation or rumors out there. I know I have my own personal beliefs a little bit here and there on that whole situation. I have 3 boys. They go from 22 to 34, and I've seen, and 7 grandkids. I've seen what boys' lives can look like to them. But to us, we can maybe kind of see it a little different. Sometimes we think people, are our girlfriends or our best friends or whatever, and maybe they're not. We don't really know what all transpired.
Absolutely.
With the ins and the outs. I do know a lot of that stuff kind of just doesn't make sense to me as far as, just the phone calls themselves, the locations, the wording, verbiage. But I know they're young men, but they're not that young. I mean, they went to college, they're in a fraternity, and they are taught, to speak a certain way and to know how to do certain things more so than the average college, because that's part of what you pay for and that type of a fraternity.
Right.
You know, a different type.
Right. Real quick, Victoria,
So-
thank you, hon. I'll be pulling that up too, because I did want to give you guys updates on Caleb as well. Go ahead. Sorry, a little bit.
Okay, no, that's fine. So I just feel like that there's some other stuff that's going on there, and I just hope it's something that they will keep going. And maybe if the police don't, his family, he's got a great, solid family, and I don't think they're going to stop until, you know, everything is the way it's supposed to be. You know, justice is served. I think Riley has a great, solid, you know, sound family. So whatever happens as far as, you know, law enforcement, if they can't go any further due to whatever, I think the family will definitely pick it up and run with it.
I can definitely agree with that. Most definitely. Once the funeral's over, it was said that, as far as Riley's concerned, that they were looking at more of an investigation per se and pushing for that because they feel that he was murdered. Those were the words that were stated. So I can go along with that for sure.
But yeah, that's why I'm on that case. What other case are you?
I mean, I'm like all over the Idaho 4, and I know everybody's probably.
Yeah, we're gonna be jumping back on that here soon because there's a lot of stuff that's documents and stuff. I've just been trying to wait for that to get together so I can cover it all at once. We're gonna be heading back into Delphi here soon if I can get the boss over here, Salty. Delphi, I call her my Delphi boss because she has it all. She can blink and know something about it. She's really good with Delphi. We're gonna get together, me and her, one of these days. I keep saying it so that we can do a show on that. We're gonna have a show on Idaho here relatively soon. I've been trying to focus on these missing people and children mostly. Caleb Harris.
Sebastian. Yeah, Caleb. Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Elijah Boo. Sadly, there has been nothing new on that one. It's driving me nuts.
Yeah.
And of course, the Madeline Soto case. I'd like to finally see this man be charged with her unaliving. I really would.
Yeah, and I think it will. I think it's just like they say, he's not going anywhere, and I think it's way bigger, and they just want to make sure they get it done right. And knowing he's not going to go anywhere, I want them to take their time to make sure they get anyone and everyone, if there is anybody else involved, which I feel like there is.
Definitely.
But on Sebastian, though, going back to the whole him being gone for so long, and I understand, I know that, and I would hope this wouldn't be the case that he's, going to the trash can for food or whatnot. But he would have to have help to be able to sustain for.
Agree. I agree.
Mom.
Yes, especially without his medications. And possibly medical issues he could be having from not taking his medications. Yeah, I agree. I agree wholeheartedly.
There is one thing that I wanted to make a comment on, and I love listening to everyone's opinions and stuff, but I've been hearing so much about the whole bedwetting thing and people getting upset with other people because somebody's saying, oh, I'm not saying this child's been this type of abuse or this or whatever. But, sometimes children take medication to go to bed, to help them go to bed, because maybe some of the medications they take during the day are more like stimulants.
That is you are absolutely correct. I was going to state that. My son, Caden, used to take clonidine to sleep at night because the medication he took during the day had him so fired up he couldn't sleep. Okay.
Exactly.
And then we took him off the clonidine because it was causing other issues and put him on a more natural sleeping type medication, and now we don't have him on it at all. But he actually went back to the doctors yesterday, and he's going to be starting his other medication back up. So we may have to give him something to sleep again. But yeah, that does happen, you guys. That's absolute fact.
And they don't wake up because they are in a more sound sleep.
Exactly.
And then everything gets more relaxed. The bladder gets more relaxed. And that's just part of
facts.
And that's part of that's part of their life. They have to deal with, and because they're not going to want sleepovers and stuff like that because it's embarrassing for them.
Absolutely.
So I it could be a medication thing as well.
100%. I agree with you on that one.
Okay, well, I'm going to hang up so I can have 1,001 intelligent things to think of and say.
That sounds great. Thank you so much, Loda. Have a great day.
You too, JJ.
Bye-bye. Whoever just tried to call in, sorry, go ahead and try again. It backed the number off because there was somebody in here. Are you still here, Mama Bear?
Yep.
I'm going to excuse myself for about 3 seconds. I'll be right back, okay? Hello, hello.
Call from
Kimber.
Hello, hello.
Hey, JJ.
Hey, Kimber, you got to back us down in the background. Otherwise, it's going to repeat on
What
you.
have I got?
Just turn us down in the background. That way it doesn't echo on you.
Hold on, I'm turning it down.
All
Is that
right.
better?
Yep, you sound great.
Okay. Can y'all hear me?
Can.
Okay.
Give me 1 second, though. Mama Bear's here with you. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Hello.
There.
Hi. How are you, hon?
I'm good. How are you? Can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh no. Well, what'd you call in for if you didn't want everybody to hear you?
So I was calling about Sebastian, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
This case is, there's so many rumors going around
Right.
that, you know, I just don't know. I listened to Seth's interview with Dolly,
Mm-hmm.
and I think that Seth does sound more hopeful after speaking with the TBI,
Yeah.
which is a good thing.
I'm back.
Welcome back, Tato.
Thank you, and welcome to you.
I think he does feel more hopeful after speaking with the TBI, and I do believe that he is running his own investigation. I do believe he has hired a private eye, which might give him some more insight if he has hired a private eye.
I can agree with that. That's truly what I think happened. I think he did hire a PI personally.
I do too, by him telling Dolly that he wasn't asking some of the right questions. Because I think Dolly was asking some of the questions in a way that Seth might not have been able to answer them last night.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Right.
But I wish they would find him. I do know that I don't know if y'all saw it, but the Cajun Navy did pull out. Not the United Cajun Navy pulled out.
See, I was told they were going to be holding out till Saturday, but
I think they pulled out. There was something on because some of the volunteers were getting threats. That's what I heard. I don't know if there's any truth to that or not.
Mm-hmm.
I heard that. I heard that as well. Clue just said it was on the news too. So
yeah.
Well, and here's the thing, and their Facebook. Thank you, Clue. Here's what happened, guys. A lot of people were saying some things about them, and they put themselves out there in a bad light too. So people with what this case is very touchy and very sensitive to a lot of people, me included. Cluminati, all of us are very, very, very this pulls on our heartstrings every day. We want this child found safe, sound, happy, and healthy. And when you see something like what has been suggested by the Cajun Navy, Clue dealt with them face to face and was unhappy with the situation. Okay. She just said, you know, I don't want nothing to do with this, and walked away from it. Because of the way it's been organized, handled, and taken care of.
Right.
So, you know, I think in effect, I think they kind of brought it on themselves in some sense. I don't know.
I do too, and I think this is a very touchy situation for everyone in Tennessee, but especially those of us that are closer to that community. You know,
absolutely.
like I said, I'm 20 or 30 minutes from that community, so I have been following. I'm hoping to be able to go search tomorrow. You know, I've posted it every day. I've contacted one. I'm in contact with my friends. One of my friends in New York has a son that is nonverbal. He's autistic. He's nonverbal. He's on the low end of the spectrum. So, but I was talking to her about, they said he'd never left home. He wasn't an eloper.
Right.
But she told me with autism, you have to expect the unexpected. You always have to be in front of it.
Absolutely.
Because she said, just because they say never, her son, Jake, and I've met Jake, and Jake's a very sweet kid. But like I said, he's nonverbal. But he has opened the car door at 60 miles an hour, and he's never done that before.
Exactly.
So,
Brandy goes through that kind of stuff all the time with Matthew. He's nonverbal. I mean, he's vocal, but he's nonverbal, if you know what I'm saying, okay?
Well, and that's how my friend's, that's how my friend's son is. I mean, he'll go through the house and he'll be talking or singing, and he'll go,
always.
Because he can't speak.
Always, right.
And he has his music. He listens to his music, and he loves Elmo and all of that good stuff. But he would go with anybody. He would go with a complete stranger, because people, because he doesn't understand. He knows fear, but they don't understand. They don't comprehend danger. Danger is not one of the things that they comprehend. So, but I told her, I said, they said he had never ran, and she said, you can never say never with an autistic child.
That is absolute fact.
She said, because you always have to be in front of it. But I know that also when you meet one person with autism, you've met one person, because I've met Jake, my friend's son, and I have met some children in my neighborhood that are autistic. They're all different.
Absolutely.
There's two kids in my neighborhood that are autistic. They're both different in day and night.
Absolutely.
But they're autistic, but they're on the spectrum. So, yeah.
And there's different things, like my son Caden he's a whole different type. He's very high functioning. Mama Bear has a couple of her children that are in that realm as well that she's dealing with. Doodlebug, her grandson, he's got not issues per se, but differences. And each one of our instances, they're different but the same, if you know what I'm trying to say. Okay,
right.
Like there's aspects of this that I can talk to Doodlebug and give her ideals as to what to do in certain things, because he's younger than my child is. Okay. And I know I've already been with it. Just to help her to what to expect. But there's so many different variations of the spectrum to look at to be able to deal with it. So you're absolutely 100% right. You never know what could come next, period.
Right. And that's what she told me, because I'm like, I just don't get how he just walked out of the house and vanished into thin air. And she goes, it's possible. And I'm like, but how could he vanish? And she said, if he eloped, she said, and I said, but they said he never left the house. He left with his bare feet and a flashlight. She said, it could happen. She said, I'm not telling you that it did. I'm not telling you that those, the parents that somebody didn't have something to do with it in that house. She said, but it could happen.
Well, like I said, based on the things we've learned recently and the things that we see, that could have provoked a fear in that child to make him run out of that house unexpectedly without any shoes on. Who knows? And took off, okay, trying to get away from a situation that he may have in his mind thought was threatening. Meanwhile, anybody could have grabbed him, and that's the end of it right there, okay? And that is not knowing that child, not knowing that he's autistic, not knowing what the scenario is. There's so many bad people out there that are taking our children right now and doing whatever
exactly.
okay? So at 3 a.m, 4 in the morning, 2 in the morning, 1 in the morning, whatever time it could have been, if they see this 15-year-old boy running down the road, they stop to try to help him. He is functionable enough to talk to people. He says, I'm scared. Well, come on, I'll help you real quick. You know what I'm saying? Get in the car and off they go. We never see him again. That's what I'm petrified of.
And he doesn't realize the danger. He's scared.
Exactly.
But he doesn't realize the danger of getting in the car with a stranger, because a lot of times they don't comprehend danger.
Absolutely.
The danger of the situation.
Yes, absolutely.
My friend told me every time her son knows how to swim because they are attracted to the water. But she told me, she said, I have to watch him, and he's 25 when they go swimming. He knows how to swim, but he will dart for the pool.
Right, and that's what Caden used to do. Caden, we've always had a pool because he loves it. It's good exercise, blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and when he was younger, thank God we taught him water safety, and he understood it enough to know that you don't go in the pool without the life jacket. You don't go in the pool without an adult. The ladder locks out, blah, 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 all that kind of stuff, thank God. But he always wanted to be in that pool. He even wanted to go swimming in the middle of the winter one time. I'm like, it's too cold. You can't do it. Look, there's ice, blah, 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 things like that. And thank God he understood that. But some children don't get that have autism, and they don't understand it. You see what I'm saying?
Right. If you hadn't explained it to him, though, he would not have understood the danger of going in that cold water. He wouldn't have understood. You explained it. It's too cold.
Absolutely.
He wouldn't have understood the danger of going in that cold water. And I did want to touch on one other thing, and then I'll go so somebody else can come. The Riley case. There is no way that boy fell in the water and his clothes come off. I do not believe it.
Absolutely not. I agree with you. I've been through this at least 100 times. I'm telling you right now, water, I asked Clue and Cletus how the water was moving, so on and so forth. They said it was raining, so the water was moving, okay? The problem is the current in a river or anywhere is not going to take soaking wet jeans off of a human body that snap together, first of all.
Well, it's not going to take cowboy boots off.
That's the biggest one right there.
Cowboy boots, and I have actually had to help him take his cowboy boots off. I have actually, and they're hard to get off. So no,
I used to wear.
Take them off.
Right, I used to wear them too. I've had those. I used to wear what they called Bon Jovi boots back in my band days. They don't come off. I had to struggle to get them off, and there's no way in hell that the current in the water is going to pull them off like that. It just doesn't happen. Period. So that's not true. That's not a true statement. If that was made that way, somebody took those off of him. Period. End of story. That's the only way I'm going to accept that. Sorry.
Well, the Tennessee police force is making us look really bad right now. That's all I'm going to say.
Gotcha.
Because, no, I don't buy it. But I will let you go so somebody else can call in.
That sounds great. Thank you so much, Kimber, for calling in. I appreciate you so very much, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, and thank you for supporting us.
Thanks, I'll be in chat.
All right, hon. Bye-bye.
Yeah, Bunny, when you're in water, your body absorbs the water.
Boo.
The body swells and bloats.
Yes, your body. And listen.
And even without that, when you go into water with clothes on, it's like suction to you.
Very much so. It's almost like a wetsuit, okay? Mm. We've had to cut clothing off of bodies that come out of the water because we couldn't pull it off, okay? And it's just not plausible. Not to mention, I have huge issues with the amount of water that was inside the lungs and stomach, meaning none, okay? I hear people talking about dry drowning and the throat, I can't think of the word right now. Yes, thank you. I've dealt with that, folks. I'm not buying it. I'm just not buying it. I'm sorry. I won't buy it. We went through this with Kylie Rodney too. Okay. There's something else going on. Seth will be on the Pascal tonight at 9 p.m. That's awesome. Trev Time has an interview going on tonight with we'll be in here tonight. Don't worry, guys. We'll be here live. I promise.
Chris's ex, Nina.
Yes. Absolutely.
Call from.
Hey, you got the Dago here. What's going on?
Yeah, this is Tracy. I'm calling from Middle Tennessee.
Welcome, Tracy.
I don't really have a whole lot to say. I be 30 miles from Hendersonville.
Okay.
I don't really have any. Huh?
I was just going to say welcome and thank you for calling in.
I don't really have a whole lot of comments, but I do just want to say one thing about Riley. The autopsy reports are not back yet, so we don't know the whole dynamics of that until they're totally finished.
Exactly. That's what I'm waiting on. Absolutely. You are absolutely 100%.
I am too. Now, as far as Sebastian goes, I did listen to Seth last night, and I did listen to the report today, which you were doing, because I'm still online. I'm on live with you as well.
Okay.
I do believe what he was trying to say is read between the lines to Dolly last night, and Dolly just wasn't getting it.
I agree with you as well.
Yep, and that's all I got to say. I mean, my heart goes out to the whole family.
Absolutely, and I appreciate you voicing your feelings on this, Tracy, as well as supporting all of us and all of this as we try to bring Sebastian home, and when we get with Riley. Thank you very much for that.
You have a good day and have a good weekend as well.
You too, and happy Easter to you.
You too. Bye-bye.
Well, thank you, Tracy, very much. Short and sweet and to the point. I love it. Very much so. And she's right, guys. That's what I want to see. Is I want to see we've seen preliminary autopsy issues or results come back. It's showing there's really no foul play or anything like that as far as Riley's concerned. I agree with that. Okay. What I want to see is the full-blown autopsy, toxicology, boom, 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 when it comes to Riley, to be able to make a complete decision as to what I believe actually happened. So I agree with that. See, Clue says, I wasn't getting what he was saying either, so I'm just lost. I ain't good at between that. And I don't think anybody was, because you could tell that he was definitely trying to do that. And Dolly was just kind of like Dolly, you know. You got to love Dolly. You either love him or you hate him. I think he's hilarious in some senses, but he does. Dolly has a good heart when it comes to these types of things. He's very good at what he does, you know, at that point. And I think he was trying to get certain questions out. And Seth is, you know, you're not asking the right questions. Well, and then Dolly basically said, well, what the hell are the right questions? And then, you know, I was kind of the same way. And based on what Clue's saying, I think she was like, yeah, dude, what is it? You know? So, you know, he did make the statement that he had 2 other meetings after the meeting where they showed the restaurant video to him and Katie. He's running his own investigation. I really think he hired his own PI. That's one.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's my opinion. I don't know that that's fact, but that's my opinion. And he said he got some new information that he didn't have. That's a good thing. And he was positive about that. He kept getting that little smirk and kind of more positive. So that made me feel good about that. Other than that, I don't quite get it, because I don't think he got to finish what he was saying because of that damn phone call that interrupted him. Drove me. I'm like, oh my God, are you serious? And then he was gone. So, you know, it was probably something that had to do with Sebastian, which is very important. So I understand that completely. It is absolutely, Kimber, complete speculation, guys. That's my speculatory thoughts that it could be the PI. We don't know, okay, if he hired one. And like I said, if he's running his own investigation, I think he's trying to tell us things without telling us things, you know? So like everybody's saying, read between the lines. So that's maybe what he was trying to say is I have my own investigation going. I had 2 other meetings. I didn't meet with the FBI. I didn't meet with TBI. I didn't meet with this, but I did meet with 2 other people that's where I took that. That's what I took it as. So we'll see what happens. We'll see. And if he
I
got more
watched the news broadcast with him, and he said that he did meet with TBI.
that was the initial one where him and Katie met, and they watched the restaurant video. That was the TBI investigation, but he had 2 other meetings after that.
Mm.
And when he said he got new information, that's what took me to the PI thing. So we'll see. The fact that he said he's running his own investigation and that he got new information made me put that PI thing together with that. And that's why I'm thinking that's what it might be. Welcome, Brian. Good to see you, buddy.
Well, and some of the PI part could be the fact that he was not informed that there was CPS called twice regarding his son. He got the information from a podcast.
He said he learned it from, which blows my mind because
Yeah.
in any CPS case I've ever seen, heard of ever, they have to inform the other parent, in my opinion. Let's see who we got here.
Call from
Hey, you are live with Dago and Mama Bear. How are you?
Oh my word, am I really live on the Dago show?
Yes, honey.
How are you, Stick Toes?
First off, this is Dick Coco's mama.
That is why. That's how I knew who she was, because I told you she sounds just like you when she does that. What is up, crew? What's going on?
Nothing. I will say, I'm going to put my 2 cents in because that's just what I do. I think Seth seems extremely more positive
Yes, ma'am.
for something.
I do agree. I agree because he had almost an ongoing smile the entire time he was talking. A very small one, but it was there the entire time he was talking to Dolly.
Yeah.
And he was joking, a lot more relaxed. I noticed he was relaxed in the lab, but this one with Dolly, he was way more relaxed and joking and just seemed to be having a good time with the whole call. And in the situation, it's not a good time, but that's what I'm saying. Something. Go ahead, Cletus.
Yeah, it's really like, I don't know. I'm with Dolly. Like, he kept saying you're asking the wrong question. I'm like, oh, I mean, right now, dude, I couldn't give you the right one. I have no idea what he was wanting him to ask.
Right.
But that kind of, kind of made me mad. I'm like, well, he's asking the wrong question. Just tell him the info without him asking.
And I think he probably would have done that if that call wouldn't have came.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He did have to go right there in the end.
Yeah.
That's why I was so frustrated with that. Like, what the hell? But if it was something to do with Sebastian, obviously that's more important. So.
Well, and I was saying earlier, like, it is for me, the whole time, he is just, him specifically for sure has just had an attitude of he's out there. We got to find him. We're missing a piece of the puzzle. He's the missing piece. When we find him, we'll know what it was, what happened. And he has not wavered from that. You know what I mean? Except in the beginning.
Right.
But yeah, to be a fly on the wall.
You ain't lying. I am absolutely like super curious. No lie.
Yeah.
And I think tonight is going to be a wild night tonight, folks, because Trev, as you know all this, Trev going to be interviewing Nina, and Seth is going to be on another channel, so it's going to be interesting.
I think the circus is going to come to town.
I'm just curious. The one I'm the most curious about is probably Trev Tom. Like, I want to know if it's going to be something.
I want to hear. I agree. I want to hear what she has to say in regards to Chris and how she presents it.
Right. Like, I mean, because to be fair, like, we've seen documentation from his divorce. I've also seen documentation from the other's divorce, and there's negative things about all of the people involved.
Absolutely.
So it's, I don't know. I'm really curious as to her take on, like, I hope he's smart enough to answer the questions. Is he controlling? Is he blah blah? You know what I mean?
Absolutely. I think that we've all seen enough interviews from the Proudfoots now that anybody probably could give a really good interview based on how many questions have been put out there already and how many that specific questions have not been asked or answered. So yeah, I agree.
I'm hoping it's personally that it is positive, just because I feel like if it's not, it may, if it's not a positive thing, then it's gonna me personally, it's gonna destroy some of the hope. Seth's interview last night has sort of reinstilled in me.
I can agree. I can agree with you.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, Cletus. After watching that interview last night, and then again today, I'm really positive about this right now. I feel real strongly, as I've always thought. Part of one of my theories is that Sebastian is somewhere with somebody safe and sound, but I really feel that way now for whatever reason after seeing that interview, and I hope it stays that way. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I have such a hard time. Like, the Secret Service was pulled into this case. Y'all can't tell where that boy is.
Right.
Does that make any sense? Like, the FBI, the TBI, or not FBI, but TBI, Secret Service, they've had so many agencies pulled into this, and it's like, y'all really don't know by now?
Well, they're only using Secret Service for like digital forensics and stuff like that, but still,
Are they?
That's my understanding. I mean, unless they're doing more, I was all to the understanding that they were trying to use them to break down like messaging, phones, and stuff like that kind of stuff, and digital like cameras, camera footage and stuff like that. There could be more. I don't know. I have not seen nor heard. So.
Well, hopefully something. I mean, Seth did say maybe he'll get an Easter miracle. So let's hope he does.
I think we're all praying for that right now. 100% clue. And that would, if there was I've been saying this for days now, even before he said that whole thing, but that even gave me more positivity too. But if Seth were to, or Sebastian were to be found, brought home, or anything positive comes out of this by this weekend, I think that is going to blow the entire true crime community up into a positive form and a positive life. And I think it's what's needed right now with this case. Seriously.
I do agree with that.
100%. It needs it. It needs it.
What was that noise?
On my side of yours. That was you hanging up.
I was like, what? Okay, fine.
I don't know, but thank you, Doodle. And I will be here tonight, guys, for that. Oh, she's an ass hat. She said, got you.
What?
I got you. Got you my ass. Anyway, thank you, Clue, for calling in. I appreciate you, but we're all on the same page as far as this is concerned. Like I said, Clue and Cletus have put the work in, boots on the ground, doing the videos like we're doing, Treb Time, the Duchess, Arctic Fox, True Crime, and quite a few other channels, guys, that are putting the time in and putting the work in to try to bring this child home. I think we're all praying for a miracle this weekend. I really do. So keep your fingers crossed, keep praying, and hopefully we'll see something happen, guys. Thank you, Doodle. Yeah, I will be here tonight to try to cover both of those shows, guys, and bring it to you guys the best I can, for sure. Yes, Gene, I will be here tonight. Absolutely. Pascal's show is going to be at 9 Eastern. Yeah, that'll be my 9 o'clock my time. And Pascal, boobs on the ground. Sorry about that. Yes, it's boobs on the ground. You had to make the O's bigger too, Clue, really. Anyway, that's hilarious. And then the other show, Treb Time, he's going to be broadcasting that show tonight as well with Nina, which is Chris's mother's daughter. Daughter's mother. My apologies, guys. And we're going to see what that's all about and see how she presents that. So we'll see what happens. Well, Victoria, that's probably because she did the show with Chris and Katie and vice versa. So, oh my Lord, Mama Bear. Turn. I mean, if you don't mind, turn your camera on for a minute. Does this woman look like she's old enough to be my mother? Now, come on. That's the first time I've heard that one. I've heard, people
Hey,
thought she was my wife,
here.
but not my mother.
I gotta get my hair down so I look younger too.
I think it would be the other way around. Like I could look like I'd be her father, not that way. Nope. No, that's just her name, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah.
She's definitely not my mother, my wife. We're just really good friends, guys. That's a new one. She looks like she's 20 years younger than me, you guys. There's no way.
Bear ground his I was like, what? Mama Bear ground his rear end. I've done that before. I'm like, you're grounded.
See, you're in trouble now, babe. Literally.
Thank you,
I
Sherry.
said sorry. It's okay. It's okay.
Hey, trust me, you you aren't the first to question anything.
It'll be 5:10 in East Tennessee. It is 5:10 East Tennessee. Thank
Hi,
you, Kimber.
Brian, honey.
Thank
How
you for
are you?
calling in, Kimber, too. I appreciate you. Mr. Brian, how are you, sir? I hope you're feeling well and doing better. Christine Micro. He could have simply talked to who else was there at dinner. We don't know. Very possible. Slow Southern style. Good to see you today. Why do I keep saying tonight?
Yeah, I've heard you say that all day.
I've been saying it all day. I don't know what my deal is. What time tonight? What time is Trev's show tonight? Do we know that again? I seen it earlier and I
It's
didn't
a
grab.
pre-recorded
Oh,
interview, so
did they say what time?
let me see. This is oh no, T-Rev.
Hey, Liza, good to see you today. That's exactly why I want this in the algorithm, Liza. That's a great point because I want this everywhere. Like I said, he could be in Alaska. We don't know. Anywhere from Alaska to Hawaii. If it's seen everywhere, everyone can see it. So I know we're seen down in South Africa, over in Thailand, in Japan, China. We have people everywhere, guys, that watch this specific channel. So that tells me it can be seen everywhere. We have people in Norway, Germany, Finland. We had somebody in here from Switzerland one time.
Live premiere around 6 Eastern.
Okay.
It's a 3-hour gap.
Yeah, it is. So what we'll probably do then, guys, is I'll be in here tonight by 8:30 to cover the Pascal thing, and then I'll go back and we'll recover we can go back and watch Trev together and then review that as well. Okay. I mean, I'm sure you guys will do what you want to do before that, but that's how I'm going to do it my way. Thank you for Liza in that sense.
C. Taylor says Pascal says 8:30 Central Time tonight on his page.
Which would be 9 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, that's what I thought.
I think we had that debate the other night.
Mm-hmm.
Back and forth, back and forth.
We'll make it work, guys. What time is that for Pacific people? I never was ever really good at figuring out Pacific time. What time is it where you're at right now, Victoria? Who is having Chris baby's mama on? Trev time is Bear. Whoa, Kels, that's creepy. That's creepy as hell. What the hell? Look at them eyes.
Yep.
He's like, I see you. I'm watching.
C. Taylor said 9:30 Eastern. There's 2 different Trev channels. Trev time.
It's not T-Rev, it's Trev time.
Right.
Bunny, good to see you, Bunny. Where is Victoria? It's 2:13 there now, and it's
So you're
So I'm
3
3 hours
hours.
off. Yeah, 3 hours.
late.
We're 3 hours off from you, Victoria. It's 5:13 here. And me and Mama Bear are on the same time zone. We're neighbors, kind of.
It's 4:13, so you're an hour difference.
Yep. I'll put it up on my thing. Make sure your notifications are on. Hit the like button, subscribe, hit the bell, all that fun stuff. And hope to God you get
It
my
works.
notification. Lou said yesterday that Dago's a notification ghost.
Ah,
It's not my fault. Unsubscribe from the channel. When I'm done with the live, I'm gonna tell all you guys to do this. When I'm done with the live stream, unsubscribe and resubscribe because I've had a lot of people tell me that that is what has been getting them the notifications again. So just don't forget to resubscribe. That's all. I don't want to lose you.
right. Our numbers go.
You guys want to watch me have a fit? Watch. Kimber said she gets them. That's good. But you're a newer subscriber, so that's probably why. Bonnie, yes. Bonnie's been around for 43 years now. She's been in here for 43 years, guys.
I was like, what? Wait a minute, huh? I spaced off there for a second.
It's a joke. It's a joke.
I was like, 43 years.
Yeah. Brandy, what do we got here? Oh, we got Matthew singing.
I was gonna say, is that Matthew singing?
Yep. He's singing away too. That's cute.
Aw.
There's my buddy. Let me see here.
All right, Jean, what time zone are you in, hun?
That's awesome, Brandy. Thank you, hon. That definitely cheers me up.
No.
Give him a big hug for me. Oh, I got emails coming too. Uh-oh, hold on. Let me see some here.
Lumook.
Lumuk, yes. Matthew even has his own language. Not as bad as Cassie's, but he creates his own words and he calls them to his mama when he's not happy.
Oh, I was relieved when
Oh,
the twins
wow.
didn't have their own language. I was
All
like,
right.
please.
My
I don't need
twins did. According to my wife, my twins did too. Holy hell, tomboy. That's cool as hell. Check this out, you guys. She made all this too. Good Lord.
Pacific.
Wow, tomboy.
Jean, I would say around 6:30.
Oh my God, those look real. Check this out.
That's awesome. Good job. That's amazing.
Your lettering's really. I like the way you did my name too. That's really cool. And look at the donut with the bite taken out of it. She's super talented with the things she makes.
Yeah.
What are these all made out of, tomboy? Because they look real. These two up here look really good. And that's my favorite. That's my favorite donut next to a cruller in the whole world is a maple cream stick. Make sure you give Matthew a hug for me, Brandy. All clay except for the tray. You're kidding me. That's clay?
I was wondering if it
Damn,
was.
girl.
Yeah.
Look, the coffee with the foam or the cream. Good Lord. How long did this take you to make? That's what she's been doing, sitting there talking to us, just working away. You know how many times she's been on the panel and she's just making her little gnomes and stuff like that. Never stopping. Notice there are 3 crullers. I do see that. They look amazing. And the maple cream stick. She listens when I talk. How about that one? These are awesome. Thank you for putting that together. That's amazing. I like the name thing. That's pretty cool. Great stuff, Tomboy. That's very cool. Yeah, Tomboy is very talented. And the White House Farms blueberry. Oh my God! Don't even bring that up again. That's what. Damn it, Walt Harris. I gotta wait all the way till August or September before I can have one of those again. The super, super talented tomboy. That's amazing. The crawlers are just so realistic looking. That's great. Thank you for putting that together. That's awesome. I love the tray too. That's really cool.
And that's as close to donuts as you need to get.
You hush your mouth. Hush your mouth. But she's right. Is Nina Chris dead? No, Nina. No, Kim. Kim, Nina is Chris's daughter's mother. Thank you, Brandy. Yeah, our tomboy sits in she has a craft room, guys. And when she's in here, when we're doing this, she's crafting away nonstop and she makes some really cool stuff. I have a feeling I'll be getting something soon. I'll be able to show you.
I don't blame you, Kimber.
My son's on a date tonight with his girlfriend. I am. You don't look old enough to have a child to be dating. Does she? She looks like she looks about Caden's age in this picture. If that's you, of course. I don't know. I can't tell. Whatever. You guys that come in here like with these pictures and stuff, it blows my mind because you guys talk about having grandkids. I'm like, no, you don't. No, you don't.
Yes, 32.
She's a baby then. He is 32 and I have banned him from downtown Nashville. It's probably smart considering what we know about downtown Nashville now.
Yeah.
Ban him completely. Should see this ship. I want to see it, Tomboy, whenever you get the chance, definitely. Hell, I might have to commission you to do some stuff for me for my stuff. I'm about to be moving my area around back here again and switching my views around. Yeah, because I have to flip-flop some things and move some shelving, and you guys might end up seeing all my toys behind me at the time when I move it around. So
Thank you, Leslie and Billy. I hope you have a happy Easter too.
what are you guys doing for Easter, Mama Bear?
Tomorrow we're going to his sister's and that's it.
Oh, it's okay. Nothing on Sunday specifically.
No, that's
Just
it.
hanging out.
We don't like to do a whole lot on Sundays because we got to start the week then on Monday, and we just don't want to go anywhere or do anything. So
I got a lot of people that say that too. I guess so, Kimber. You must. What are you talking about, Doodle? Why my OCD showing? What did I do now?
and
Yeah, this
tomorrow
room.
is our 16th anniversary.
Wow! Congratulations! Happy anniversary! Wait a minute. I forgot somebody's damn birthday. I forgot somebody's birthday the other day. I'm supposed to do it. You're supposed to remind me.
Oh, whoops.
Who was it? Was it Noni's?
No,
Oh,
Noni's anniversary and somebody else's birthday.
Somebody's birthday. We did Michael's. Yes, my OCD. You're right, Doodle, because this room is a mess for me and I don't like it. Happy Friday to you, El Barriqua. Happy Good Friday to all of you carnivores. We're supposed to not be carnivores today. If you celebrate that or you follow that.
No, I already had Mexican, so
You're done.
yep, I'm done.
Yeah,
Going to hell.
my mother-in-law comes down here and was making breakfast this morning, and I'm sitting in the living room drinking my coffee, and I'm like, "What are you making?" She said, "Why?" I said, "Because I smell it." She said,
Bacon.
"It's bacon," and I said, "You would make bacon on a day that you know that I can't have bacon because I love bacon." It was Josie. That's right. That's just not.
Yes, Josie. Sorry about that, honey.
And she doesn't follow that whole Good Friday thing, and I'm like,
Yeah, I
well,
don't either.
you well, and it's okay, but still, I had to smell the damn bacon. So
Hey, dude, like I said, I just had Mexican for lunch, so I'm
What's the-
sorry. I gotta have my meat.
oh, I love it. I love my meat, but one day
Oh. Good
I
job.
can.
You cleaned out your mailbox back there.
I sure enough did.
Good job.
I told you I was going to.
Thank you, Noni.
All right, hold on a sec.
What? I have a cheese sandwich with lettuce as bread. Ew. What? No. You gonna explain that?
I am Roman Catholic, and Good Friday means that you sacrifice eating meat on Friday, just as Jesus did the sacrifices for us. Um, but it's a Catholic thing. I don't even really practice my religion, but I've always been the whole meat Good Friday Lent thing. So, and if my family will call me. Like I got text messages this morning. Don't eat meat. Okay, I won't. No worries. Um,
I
so
don't eat bread. It's just cheese and pickles. Tomboy. Oh, Kimber's making brisket or ribeyes for Easter.
well, yeah, we can have it for Easter.
Just not today.
It's just Good Friday, so
Oh.
that's all.
Oh, I hope that's not the case. Clue. I really do.
What?
She said it ain't gonna be a positive interview, I don't think. The way he worded it tells me she's coming to bash, but we'll see.
Oh boy. Well, we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Hold on, I will check it, Tomboy. Real quick. For Josie, this is for you. It's a little late. My apologies, but here you go.
Leslie and Billy, 16 years.
Happy birthday, Miss Josie. I hope you had a wonderful birthday. Sorry it's late again. Oh, absolutely, CZ. It's not if I can do anything right, I gotta stick to something, you know what I'm saying? So Fridays on fish on Friday, Good Friday, or plus it gives me an excuse to eat fish. So hey Lou, good to see you. Um, but thank you, CZ. I appreciate that. Brandy's is Tuesday. May 7th is my 20 God.
She's not around, is she?
Yeah, hold on. Okay, so I just asked her and she said, "Are you serious?" Are you serious? And she said, this is the anniversary that we get a divorce. Brady Marie. Which one is it? I get confused between how long we've been together and how long we've been married all the time. Milo, quit. You're not a damn kangaroo.
Okay, yeah, it is.
21? No, I know what the problem is. She can't remember.
I do remember. You know what?
Right?
How old our son is, and we got married 10 days before he was born.
It's our,
Like Dingleberry.
that doesn't make sense.
You don't make sense. What?
That's how I remember mine because my daughter's 15. We got married a couple months before she's born.
Okay, I'm sorry. I knew that. I keep getting it confused with how, but we've been together
Over
21 years.
Yeah.
Okay. It'll be our 18th year wedding anniversary, but we've been together for 21 years. Sorry. Just until May 7th when we get divorced, because that's what it is now.
She cracks me up.
No, she's a trip. Hey, Junie Bear. Okay. Yeah, I'll be back here tonight. I gotta figure out what time. So I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna say about 8:30 tonight. Your wife is my favorite. Oh well, thank you, Dakota. She's my favorite too,
She's hilarious.
most of the time.
I don't know about if she is to live with, but from my distance, she's hilarious.
Come here. Come here.
Can I watch
Come over here with your freckles and say hi real quick.
Because it is Doodle. Oh, yeah, Junebug. How you doing, honey?
Good.
Good.
Who is that?
It's Mama Berry. You think I would forget?
Of course not.
He's my best friend. Obviously, I'm not gonna.
Oh, okay. Our son was born on our third wedding. Well, you timed that out right, Kimber.
Right?
That's for those of you that are newer. That's my 7-year-old granddaughter, my second oldest granddaughter out of 6. I have.
I'm going to be 8 this year.
I know. Her birthday's a week before mine, and she makes sure that we know.
Got some sassy females today, don't you?
My whole house is sassy. Yes, every one of them. Oh, okay. Hold on, Molly. I gotta pull tomboys too. So, there it is. Oh, cool, tomboy. That's awesome. Another good job. That looks pretty neat. She's really, really good with this clay stuff. Seriously.
Mhm.
And then Molly just sent me. Sorry, guys. Where's it at? RDO. Oh, shit.
That's funny. My husband and I got married on opening day of buck season. He said that was the only way he would remember.
Really? Thank you, Molly. This is 1.07 miles from the home. Okay, that's not cool.
Uh-oh.
James Richard Lyon, offender against children. Clue, if you didn't have this. This is real close to you as well. Violent
Mm.
against children, active offenses, criminal attempt to commit aggravated sexual battery. Orange Dodge Dart. Oh shit. Where are you in here, Clue? Thank you, CC. And all of you guys, Kimber, every one of you guys, thank you very much. Welcome back, Casser. Hello.
Well, congratulations.
Easy. Well, wait, come here. Easy. Be a good girl for daddy. I'll see you later, okay? Thank you again, Dakota. Where is Cluminati when I need her?
Interesting.
Hold on a minute, guys. I'm gonna see if I can get her to jump back in here real quick. Doodle. Yes, Doodle. Where's she at? Where's she at? Where's she at? Where's she at?
I was gonna say I know a lot of Brandy Marie is Brandy.
That's my wife's middle name too. I think that goes hand in
You said
hand.
what?
The
What?
Brandy.
My middle name is Marie. Yep.
Okay. I'm right here. I'm gonna have to get off here though. Sorry, that's why I couldn't do the Trev time thing. I'll just have to play it back after the fact, and we'll. Oh, there she is. Boom. All right. Have you ever seen this guy around the area, Clue? And a 2013 orange Dodge Dart 4-door. Yeah, I got you. I asked for you. Got quite a few charges against him, and he is right there, 1.07 miles from that area. You went to his house, okay? That's bold. Didn't see him, okay. Well, I didn't know if you knew, but that's him. So just in case you, for future, if you didn't see his face and stuff, okay. As far as if he looks familiar, negative. Okay, good. Is that the one you were talking about? I didn't know if that was the same one you were talking about or not, name wise. All right, so you're already on top of this, which I should have figured. 256 Hurt Road, Hendersonville, Sumner County. Yep. Okay. Well, at least we know who he is, where he exists, and all that. I got you. Good stuff. She did tell me about him like 2-3 weeks ago. 1.6 from Sebastian's house. Yep. Okay. Good stuff. All right. Sorry to bug you. I just didn't know if it was the exact same guy or whatever. So, and like I said, I
Yeah,
knew.
because you guys aren't in shortage of them around there, it looks like.
Yeah, I pulled up that map earlier. They're everywhere, Clue. There's like 21 of them near the golf course alone. It's crazy. Glad I'm more loyal. Shut your mouth. That's bullshit. It ain't even got to do with that. It's because you didn't give me his name. You just told me you knew who he was. That's all. I
So
never had
there.
his name. But I do know that there's 21 of them over by the golf course over by you. So I pulled up a map and showed all of them. There was tons of them over there. It's insane how many there are in that area.
Why the golf course? It's weird.
Maybe they're golfers and they want to live by the golf course.
Maybe they just like the holes. Sorry.
Of course you're here right now, smart ass. Well, you're in one of them moods today, ain't you? Funny girl. Illuminati. Yes, she's in one of her funky moods. Yeah, I think she's right though, guys. That interview's not going to be a real happy one. We'll just put it that way tonight. It should be interesting to say the least. Molly says, did she go to 1615 Shell Road in Godletsville, Tennessee too? She probably did. If she found it, she went there. I promise you guys that. Hormone monster baby.
No, but I will.
Nope, but I will. There you go. Write it down. Yeah, I ain't no doubt. There ain't no doubt that she will go, guys. That's no doubt at
Wow,
all.
comes around and your country accent comes out, boy.
Yeah, it's in Goodlettsville, Clue. I have it up on the screen for you if you want it. Never got told to go that one. That one, yeah, I never did either. That's the first time. Is that the other one that's close to Molly? I could just see her knocking on the door. Hi.
Excuse
My
me.
name is you're registered, right? No?
Have you seen
Okay.
this little boy?
Be right
Give him
back.
up right now.
Yeah, I could see that. Molly, she's saying which one is the other one? Or what is that? What is it, that address, Molly? I'll send the stuff to Dago. He can send it to you. Okay. Not in Godlessville. Okay. Hey, Angel D, good to see you. It's not that close to Hendersonville. Okay. Cool. I'll just whatever you have, Molly, send it to me and I'll just forward it over to her. No big deal. Nothing new as of right now, Angel, unfortunately. Oh shoot. Mama Bear, hold on. I'll be right back if you don't mind.
Okay. Or maybe she'll explain that tonight, because that would be interesting to know why she fled to New Mexico. Didn't just move to New Mexico, but she fled. You guys are typing the same thing. Molly just said it's 2.47 miles from his home. You just typed 2.47 miles from his home. You guys are cracking me up. I would say probably yes, Clue. Another offender. It's scary is what it is, Josie.
Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I think it is Clue.
At least not Nashville, Doodle. Just. Yes, divorces can be.
Very much so.
Shoot, that's a nice house if it is the other guy was in a trailer. Not that trailers are not nice. Right?
Right, Doodle. Note to self: no vacations to Tennessee. I don't know. I think Clue jinxed herself because she had just gotten done saying nothing ever happens around here.
No, sorry. I cannot play the guitar for you. That's my husband's gig. I do not have a musical bone, hair, skin, anything in me. That's the rest. That's my husband and my kids, not me.
I think that's the question of the day, Angel. We've all kind of wondered that too.
Well, I don't. I have my skepticism. Anyone in my chat who talks about their ex never says they love them and go out to eat together once a week. Well, yeah, no.
Good point, Clue.
I mean, my exes I didn't have kids with, so it's not, you know. So it makes it different. Yes, Kimber, very much so.
You know the funny thing with this guy, this James Lyon, he works in Davidson County, same place that Seth works in.
What?
I mean, Seth works in a jail, so he's not
Right.
cruising around, but still, it's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with that too, B. I think they should have a sign in their yard and a big sign on the side of their vehicle that says, "I'm a piece of shit. Stay away from me." At least the ones that have actually harmed children or done anything to Pete. You know what I'm saying? You know, sometimes there's been cases where people have been dating I had a friend that actually went through this. He was 19 dating a 17-year-old, and her parents went apeshit and filed statutory rape charges against him, blah, blah, blah. And he got charged, and he had to carry a tier 2 SO tier with him for the rest of his life. And I was just like, see, to me, that is just not, that doesn't fit in that bracket to me.
Yeah.
I know, Clue. I know. No worries. But yeah, guys, I feel that strongly about that. Now, anybody that has what this dickhead over here has, excuse my language, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, nope. No, he shouldn't even be out. Sorry. No way in hell.
Huh?
Right. See, it does happen, guys, because people get all weirded, which I can understand in some senses. But 17 and 19, that's not that big of a difference. If you're
Right.
21 and or 17 and 12, okay, we got an issue. But
Yeah.
not 17 and 19. That's not a difference in my opinion.
What?
My assessment was apparently
Oh, hell no.
Oh hell. I'm
Mm.
sorry to hear that, Clue.
Mm-mm.
Oh hell, Cletus. Just give me enough time to find babysitters and gas up the truck. I'll be there. Don't worry. I promise you that much. That's some bullshit. Not that you would need me to be there, because I think Clue could handle this shit all on her own, but
Right.
I have no doubt at all. Oh, I got you. That's good then. That's good. Wait, what time does this? Oh, of course. That's horrible. I'm sorry to hear that, Clue. I'm sorry, hon. That's bullshit. I wonder how hot Cletus got too.
Right.
What time does this Trev show start, guys?
He said around 6 Eastern, so I've got it pulled up waiting to see it.
I got 17 pieces of lead that'll send. I bet you do too. I love the way she puts things sometimes.
I know.
And well, then I'll just hang out. We'll cover that one, then I'll come back for the other one later. That's all. Because that would be dumb. So we can just talk and BS and whatever for another few minutes. You don't have to hang if you don't want to, Mama Bear. If you're busy or something, I understand it. But I'll just wait and we'll check it out together.
We got home and everybody went upstairs and took a nap, so it's all quiet here. I'm good.
You got to see my new glasses?
Are you sure they're new?
Well, they're not new, but
Have I seen them before? Then they're not new. Yeah, I've seen those. Oh, I spoke too soon. Here comes the dog and the husband. Hi, baby.
what's up, Goatee? I got the big. You got the big white one. I got the little white one.
Say hi. Say hi. Say hi. Say hi
He's
to
like,
the
nope.
YouTubers.
I want Dad. Where's Dad?
Yep.
I don't care about him. Where's Dad?
They're getting ready to go outside. Go for a walk.
Well, right, Josie. Right. I have a pair of pink ones like this too. I don't know why my wife gets all these. She has glasses for every damn holiday. I swear to God. And something to put on her head too. Bunny ears, diddly bobbers, whatever you call it.
What was it a couple weeks ago? She had bunny ears on her head and bunny butts on her ears or something? What was them?
They were little tail, like the
Yeah, cottontails or something.
balls and their earrings. She has those too. She's very holiday oriented. She loves them all. Faux show. Yes, Easter glasses.
It's just Trev time, right?
Yeah, and I don't see it loaded, so
Yeah, I don't either.
there's Mr. Matt.
Yep. his thing is in the community page, but that's all I see.
Nina Gomez, Chris Pratt. Yes. Okay. Okay, we'll see what happens. Yep, those are a pair of her Easter, and then of course these are my faves, guys. You know I love these.
Oh, it's been beautiful here this week, Victoria, so he's wanted out a lot.
It's a little chilly out, but it's nice here too. The sun's been out.
Yeah, the sun's been out.
What's up, Stenny?
Little bit of breeze, but other than that,
A gnome headband. She loves gnomes, Tomboy. Loves
there's your dog.
gnomes. I have gnomes all over my yard. What is the matter, Brian? You want?
I don't
You
think
know
it's
you want these.
brindle bombshell. It's just brown. Sorry, didn't mean to.
I guess so, Angel. Oh, let me grab something real quick.
Yeah, my dog Ghost is the true definition of a mutt. If I can remember. The two main breeds is American Pit Bull Terrier and American Bully. And then he has Small Poodle, Shih Tzu, Chihuahua, Bichon, and one more. What is it? Poodle, Bichon, Shih Tzu, Chihuahua. What is it? Darn it. Let me see if I got it up here. Pomeranian.
What'd you call me?
I'm not telling you. Yeah. And with him having 7 breeds of dog, it's hard telling where the brown came from. Oh, yikes, Victoria. That's awful.
We might be getting another dog.
Why?
It's a little itty bitty thing. What is first of all, your shirt's on backwards.
It is. No, it's not.
Okay, so it's my son and daughter-in-law's car dog that she just doesn't seem to want him anymore, and he's a mini Shih Tzu.
She doesn't have time for anymore. She started a job.
Oh.
She-
She needs more attention. and
yeah.
She's stupid in the house.
She started working, so she can't be there with him. So he started like making accidents in her home, and she's like, no. So he's like really, really fuzzy with the bug eyes, you know.
Yeah.
Why didn't she cage training?
She was crate training, but being
No,
that
he's still
yeah, he's crate trained.
This is when he's out. Like she said, she'll take him out.
Oh my goodness, Kimber. That's a lot of dog treats. How many dogs do you have?
Crate trained, but he, she said she started working. She'll take him out. He does his business. He'll pee and run around the yard and everything. But then when she brings him in, he immediately goes and does his business in the house.
Oh,
Hmm.
sounds like he's rebelling against something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anyway, he is cute. Like he's
the cutest dog you've ever seen in your life.
he's itty bitty, really fuzzy, the big bug eyes with the smash face and all that kind of stuff. But and his name is Alfie. His legs are like
His name is Alfred, but I'm never gonna call him that.
anyway, his legs are like this long.
Yeah. No.
And when he runs, his legs are so short he falls forward because he can't.
I don't know why
He can't keep up with his legs.
It does not fit him. I would have never named him Alfred.
I think my grandson named him.
He's gonna be Alfie or Allie to me.
What? Are you still planning on bringing him here?
She's bringing him Sunday. I told her I'm gonna give it a trial run, and it ain't gonna be a Sierra thing. She said to me, and I have a text message, if he's not at your place, he'll be here because I'm not gonna have Xavier because Xavier's been crying since she told him. And I said, I'll try, but if he doesn't get along with Milo, I took Milo in first, and he's our dog. So see how they interact, and if they do okay, we'll give it a little time. And
You see my little
they're two males though, and that's what I'm worried about.
my kangaroo over there.
Yep.
So they're two males, and they're both the only dog in their family.
Yeah, but they're both big.
What was they're very
They're
what's the word?
territorial.
There you go.
But
But
both
he is very territorial over me, and I'm worried that Alfie's going to try and do the same thing, and then he's going to start acting.
well, I don't care about whatever they do as long as I'm not cleaning up little piles of stuff.
Well, first of all, we need to look up a groomer because he needs groom.
Oh,
He's
shit.
one of those dogs that needs groom.
Yeah, he looks like a giant ball of fur with eyeballs.
You know what it is? He went from Milo to the rat from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Shredder.
Like overnight. Like all his hair grew
Splinter.
out, and he's very like mop looking.
Very much so. Yes.
He looks like a mop that's moving around the floor with a smush face.
Yes. Yeah. Like Cousin It. That's what he reminds me of.
His legs. He's chubby. And he's got, but he's very cute, and he's very lovey.
He is cute and he loves people, but he's just all hair.
Yeah. We've seen him get trapped.
And she can't get past the cuteness. She doesn't think logically when she sees something cute.
Shut your whole face.
She doesn't think logically when she's something
your
cute.
mouth, your whole face.
That's all she cares about is something cute.
Wow, he's adorable. I want to eat him.
You can't eat the dog.
I mean, I could see myself taking him everywhere I go.
Oh, so you're gonna pull a purse dog?
She's gonna
here?
have a little bag.
Hilton. Okay, first
Start
of all,
calling you Brandy Hilton?
I can use big words and finish a sentence. I'm not Paris Hilton, but I do love this dog.
Because it's cute. You don't think logically when you see
Joe,
cute
he
things.
reminds me of you. He's got little legs.
He reminds
He's a
you
little
of.
chubby, and
Okay,
he's super cute.
we're back. Time for her to leave the room. We're moving on now. Okay.
Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong.
Really,
Mama Bear.
Dakota says, "Be careful. You were one of her choices."
You got me on this, right?
No.
He just described the dog. Tell me he wasn't describing himself. Little legs, little chubby, but super cute.
She's kind of got a point, dude.
Go away now, dear. Bye.
I mean,
God, I have no help in here at all because there's one. Let's see here. Brian is the only male in here, I think, right now.
Even a male is going to tell you the same thing, Joe.
And I have no backup in here. None. Where are you at, Al? Nope, whatever. She'll get the dog.
Brian said she's a hoot.
Oh, she is.
Told you she's hilarious.
Give her a few drinks. You couldn't handle it. You guys that lose a grip. She's hilarious. Oh, you said another one?
Dude,
Hold on.
the stuff your sister posts on Facebook cracks me up. I get to giggling at that stuff.
My sister's insane as well. What the hell? Hold on a minute here. Oh shit. Hold on. Brandy. All right, this should be starting soon, guys.
She is Leslie at Billy. She's awesome. Of course, they both have a lot to put up with each other.
Yep, I showed her Tomboy. She's looking at it now.
Aw,
She loves gnomes.
I do love gnomes. By the way, fun fact, to make a Caucasian nose, you can use rose and yellow food coloring to change the color of the nose.
It's white.
No, listen, everybody's been asking me for gnomes and they're asking me for different races, and that's why I said that. That's hard to make skin tone.
Okay.
And Wilton just recently came out with skin tone food coloring, but before that, we had to do it old school and just figure it out. So for Caucasian people, you would do rose with yellow.
That's for your cake stuff, though. This is clay and porcelain
Oh,
type stuff.
Oh, I thought it was a chocolate covered pretzel. Honey, look at what you're showing me. I don't.
Oh,
know
you
a
mean
lot
like the
of-
pretzel rod?
Yes.
Okay,
Molded-
she makes pretzel rods too, guys, and that does kind of look like that. I get it. That's a lot of work though for a pretzel rod. Damn.
It is, but look how they got the metal right on the little watering can and the
Mhm.
hands.
She's good. She does a bunch of these
And
things.
the flower has so much detail. I love that.
Right.
That is adorable.
Oh, hold on. There's something else you need to see real quick too.
That's adorable. I love that.
That's it, Dago. Yes, she does. What's his nickname you called Dago? Derp? That's the only nickname I can think of.
Look, this is
Derp.
all made out of clay. Look at
What?
this.
Cute. What do they use them for?
They're donuts made out of clay. It's just like a display thing to look at. Isn't it neat? Rollers.
That's what they do for
Like
food ads.
food
Did you
ads,
know that?
yeah.
Did you know that food ads the people will come in and like put glue,
Yeah.
hot glue, all kinds of weird products on the food to make it look appealing?
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
So strange.
100%.
But
100%.
that is an adorable gnome. Is it a pencil topper? What is it?
She makes those too. I don't know for sure. It's actually a plant waterer, laugh out loud. Just stick in the dirt and pour water in.
Oh, so that's the top of the thing. Okay, that makes sense.
Yep.
Cute.
It is. It's pretty detailed too. That's pretty good. I like the
Yeah, it
nose.
is.
The
Good
nose and the
job.
beard's pretty neat. So
From a fellow crafter, I know it ain't always easy. I've tried a couple times.
yep. Especially with your cake stuff.
You quiet.
Who are you talking to?
You, mofo.
Whatever. See, I told you I was abused.
Oh my God. If you're abused, I'm the Queen of England. You need to be quiet at this point.
Hello, Mom. I'm not joking either. He growls at ones in chat room by voice. Who does, Victoria? Kano?
Dog.
He growls at people? That's hilarious.
Their voices in this chat.
Oh, does he like my voice, Victoria, or no? Thank you, Leslie, very much. Yes, she's beautiful inside and out, in my opinion. All right, come on now. This should be about, it's 6:02. I don't see it.
I have 3 notifications. Oh, I got it. I can share my screen if you want.
Yes, throw it up, throw it up. Let's do it. Blow it up. Thank you, Mama Bear. Mama Bear. I'm on my own. Thanks, Brandy. Like you always
Hello,
have
guys.
your back.
Neil's in your
Thank you
corner.
for being here. If you're watching this, this is on a premiere, so feel free to chat below when you are seeing this. We do have a special guest who I'm going to bring up, who is going to tell her story. This is Nina. Nina, thank you for coming on the show today.
Thank you for having me, Trevor.
Absolutely. You want to tell everybody who you are and just kind of get started?
Absolutely. So my name is Nina Gomez, as a lot of you know. I am Faith Proudfoot's mother. Christopher Proudfoot is Faith's father biologically. And I'm here to tell my story of what happened to myself and to my children.
Absolutely, and I think it's a story that needs to be heard. So, if you want to just open us up with the beginning of your story and just get into it.
Yeah, absolutely. So
I wonder if I should end and start another one, Mama Bear.
I live here in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and
Do what?
I
I wonder if I should end this one and start another one.
I don't know.
This live has been 4 hours now.
So what's that mean?
Nothing. Go ahead and play it.
I have 3 amazing children. I met Christopher back when I was 35 years old. I met him on a dating website. Don't know what I was doing there. I guess I wish I could take it back. I started talking to him. He was stationed out in San Diego, and we started talking back and forth. Started wanted to get to know him a little bit more. I thought he was a great person in the beginning, but everybody is always perfect in the beginning, right? We fail to see the red flags, and we fail to notice things that we should in the beginning. So he made a couple of trips out here, asked me to marry him, and I made the mistake by saying I do. So we got married. Eventually, we moved to San Diego.
Cassie, this is Christopher Proudfoot's ex and his daughter's mother.
From New Mexico. I had went through a divorce a couple years prior to meeting Christopher. And my first husband was military as well, but I was married to him for 9.5 to 10 years, almost 10 years. We made it. He's the father of my other 2 children. And I told him that, I was remarrying and we were moving to San Diego. And he wasn't really for it. He was kind of against it due to the fact that he was stationed out at Fort Bliss, which is in El Paso, Texas. And that's about like 3.5 hours from Albuquerque. So he would always see his kids like every weekend. And he's like, how am I going to see my kids? And I said, well, we'll figure it out. So we packed up after we said I do. I don't
Please
remember.
put Trev's link in the chat, please.
Christopher, and maybe that's a good thing. We moved into the naval housing out there. And my son, Noah, was 3 at the time. And my oldest was about 7, about 7 years old. And she was telling me 7. So I thought everything was great in the beginning. I mean, everything's always perfect, like I said. And then I started seeing bits and pieces of how Christopher really was. I was a stay-at-home wife. Due to my son being so young, I wanted to, enjoy those years with him. Then my daughter went to school right down the street. So I was home every single day. And it just started seeing like Christopher change like night and day. It was awkward. I felt really uncomfortable after a while. We would argue about just the smallest things. And
Thank you, ladies.
a lot of it also had to do with how he disciplined my children. I'm very protective over my kids. And I didn't want somebody else to discipline my children. I didn't want him talking ugly to them or hurting their feelings. And I remember one point in time where Christopher spanked my son really hard, and I got very upset with him, and I said, you can't do that to my son. I said, he's 3, he's a baby still, like, you can't just do whatever you want. I mean, and he got upset, and he's like, well, you know, he needs to learn, he needs to man up, he's a man. I said, he's 3. He's
Liza
3.
Boo.
Yeah, I have goosebumps.
And as time went on, like, I could see him getting more aggressive and more aggressive. And I stood up for my kids all the time. I didn't like how he, like I said, how he talked to them, how he wanted them to stand in the corner all the time. And I didn't like that. So
Yep,
I stayed a
Elijah
little
View.
bit longer. I ended up eventually getting pregnant with Faith. And it was probably, I want to say, maybe early September that I found out that I was pregnant with Faith. And I remember telling him that I was pregnant, and he wasn't happy about it. So I called my parents back home here in Albuquerque, and I told them the situation. And I said, well, Christopher wants me to get an abortion with Faith. And my parents said, no, you're not. And I said, I'm not. So I know he was very upset about me keeping Faith at that point in time. So I came home. My grandma had gotten very sick, and I decided to come home. And after that, I just kind of stayed here in New Mexico, because at that time we weren't getting along, and we were just like newlyweds, and that should have never happened. But I saw things, like I said, that were just it wasn't right about him. So I moved home, and I did my whole pregnancy by myself. And so I finally, my friends back there in California, my neighbors right across the street were actually calling me. I had one good friend, which is still a really good friend of mine to this day. She called me and said, you know, Nina, you know, Christopher's getting rid of your furniture and getting rid of your stuff. And I was like, what? And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, yeah, you're like, he's giving away like your little, you know, your home decor stuff. Like, he's giving away beds. And I was like, no way. So this was about Easter time. So I had went out there. I made a special trip. I asked my mom to go with me, and Isabella and Noah, they went with me, and I was still pregnant with Faith at the time. So we
Is Isabel and Noah her other 2 kids?
Yes.
No. Okay, just checking.
made it. I didn't tell him that we were going out there, so I kind of, wanted to see myself, because the neighbor also informed me that there was people at the house that shouldn't have been there. So I guess I kind of wanted to sneak up on him and see what he was doing, right? And we pulled up into the driveway, into the driveway, and he was coming out the front door with a bed that he was giving to the neighbor, which was my son's bed. And as soon the look on his face was like a deer in headlights. And he dropped the bed right there in the front yard went back in the front door, slammed the door and locked it on my kids. And my mom told me at that point, she said, I can't believe he's doing this. Like, what is he doing? So I go in and I unlock the door and I said, what are you doing? I said, are you giving away my stuff? And he had nothing to say. So he brought the bed back in because I knew that's what he was doing. And, you know, the neighbor across the street, like I said, told me. So we stayed there. It was super uncomfortable. My mom felt the tension between the both of us. My children felt it as well. And at the time, Faith started moving. Like I could start, you know, I felt her moving around in my stomach. And I told Christopher, I said, look, I said, put your hand on my stomach. I said, can you feel her move? He said, no. You know, when you're pregnant, you always think that your spouse is going to be super supportive and be super excited that you're pregnant and bringing a life into this world for him, right? But I didn't get that. I didn't get that support that I needed. So we had a conversation my mom brought up between Christopher, myself, and her. And she had said, you know, do you not want Faith? Like, do you not want this baby? And Christopher stated to my mom, he wasn't happy. And he said, what if one of them dies? What if Faith dies or Nina dies on the table or when she's having this baby? Like my mom said, don't talk like that. Like, why are you talking like that? They're still here. So we left again after a couple of days. We came home to Albuquerque. And still, I tried working it out where we were at, but it just wasn't working. I wanted out. And I had Faith on my own. Christopher called the hospital. I told him on June 1st that I got admitted into the hospital. And Faith arrived like at June 2nd, like about 3 or 4 in the morning. And he kept calling the hospital and kept calling the hospital and saying that my wife is in labor, she's there. But Christopher was just so rude and hateful and just, I mean, he wasn't even there. So then he arrived a couple days later after I had Faith. And he was, the doctors and the nurses there were on high alert due to the fact that they heard Christopher over the phone on how he was being disrespectful to the nurses that were on call that night, as you know, I was waiting to have her. And I asked that they not give him any more information. So he arrived. I had Faith. He arrived a couple days later, like I said. And you could just tell the look on his face, like he wasn't happy at all. Like, didn't say, hey, you did a good job. Didn't say, I'm so happy that you brought my daughter into this world. Like nothing. And I remember my sister was holding Faith and she had to ask Chris, do you want to hold her? said, I guess. So she handed her over to Chris. And he stayed there with me for a couple more days because I had a C-section. And on one of the occasions, I can't recall what was happening, but he was raising his voice and he was talking to me very disrespectful in front of one of the nurses. And she had told him, look, she just brought life into this world. She just got major surgery and you're yelling at her. And I have a problem with that. She said, if you continue to do this, I'm going to have to tell social services to come down here. And I'm also going to have to ask you to leave the hospital and not return. So at that point in time, he kind of calmed down after he heard that. But unfortunately, that didn't last very long. He continued to do that. So social services at the hospital was told to come down, and he was pretty much, she said, you can't do that here. And she was really concerned for my well-being at the time, and also Faith's, because, here is Christopher, dictating and telling me what I can and can't do, and telling the nurses to do their job correctly and all these other things, and raising his.
So let me get this straight. Before she's even discharged from the hospital, social services called because he's being
Right. That's how I'm right. That's how I'm gathering it.
okay. I just wanted to make sure. Sorry.
Voice at me, and so they had to step in, and so she said, this is it, like, you're gonna have to leave the premises. And and he got a little upset, and he's like, no, I'm gonna change, I'm gonna be good. So they said, okay, but we're watching you. So after that, we had left. They discharged all of us from the hospital, and he didn't want to stay at my parents' house because my mom and dad live in a trailer, and he doesn't like that. It's a house, right? Still. So he rented a room at Kirtland Air Force Base, and they have like lodging there, which is like a house, old base housing, and we ended up getting one of those. And we stayed there for a while. I remember one night in particular where we all had went out and got something to eat to bring it back to the room. I had went into the restroom, I believe that's where I was at, and Faith was in her car seat, and my oldest daughter was in the living room with my son and Christopher. Well, anyways, I guess I wasn't moving fast enough for Christopher, but the baby started crying. Faith started crying. And, she's crying, and I'm trying to get to her as fast as I can. And when she was in the car seat, my oldest daughter at the time witnessed this with my 3-year-old son. When she was in the car seat, he ended up hitting the car seat against the wall. And he's getting upset because she's crying. And then when she was in her car seat, there was a coffee table right there, and he ended up tossing her on the coffee table with the car seat because he was so irate that she was crying. And I said, hey, I said, what's your problem? I said, what are you doing? Like, she's a baby. She's going to cry. I wish I would have just I wish I would have never met him. I'm sorry. I should have left a long time ago. Because no children ever deserve this. My kids didn't. So he left again to San Diego. A couple of days went by. Then all of a sudden he's like, well, you know, why don't you move to Hendersonville? And I was like, why though? You know, in my head, and I knew it was a bad idea. I just knew it. I knew it because our marriage was on the rocks. I wasn't happy. He wasn't a good father figure to my children. I don't know why I said yes. Well, anyways, before, so let me back up. So before he left back to San Diego, Faith ended up going back into the NICU. She ended up getting jaundice and she went back to the NICU. So she was in the NICU, I want to say for a week to a week and a half. And that was when Kathy, Chris's mother, came out, flew down with her brother, Duran guy, or they call him Big D. They came down and she was in the NICU. And that was when I felt like a plan was made because like I said, our marriages it was on the rocks. And one of my neighbors had told me in San Diego, they had warned me, they had said, Nina, be careful because Christopher is coming up with a plan with his mother. And they're planning on taking the baby away from you. And I was like, what? Like, thinking to myself, it can't be true from somebody that's supposed to love you, right? Like somebody that you're supposed to share your life with. Like, why would he want to take the baby away from me? And she warned me. But I was like, no, why would they do that? So then after Faith got out of the NICU, we were no longer staying in base housing. We were staying at one of the NBC suites down here. Then his mom came up with an idea. She goes, well, since you guys, you know, will be moving to Hendersonville. And I was like, I felt like, okay, well, maybe. And he's like, well, you'll get help. You're going to get help from my family. And, you know, but I was already getting help here from my parents, you know, with my other two children that they helped me raise. So that I went along with it. Like I said earlier, even though I knew it was wrong to go, I still went hoping that my marriage would work out. So she ended up taking Faith, although I was against it. Kathy Bowers Hawks and her brother Duran ended up taking Faith. And my mom and dad were like, my mom started crying and she goes, why are you letting them take the baby? And I said, because Christopher said that it's going to be too hard for her to travel, you know, to travel. And I'm sorry. They went back. So Kathy and Big D went back to Tennessee. So 2 weeks later, about 3 weeks, maybe 3 weeks later, Kathy ended up coming back by herself. I do apologize. She came back by herself to pick up Faith. She was here in Albuquerque for one night, and I was, even though I was against it, I let her go with Kathy. because Christopher said it was going to be too hard to travel with her being a new baby. So he came out from San Diego, rented a U-Haul, packed all our stuff, and we pretty much left. And that's how I ended up in Hendersonville, Tennessee. That's when my whole life changed. That's when my nightmare happened. We lived with his mother and his stepfather, Terry, for about a good month because our apartment wasn't going to be ready until the end of August, about the end of August. So it was really uncomfortable living there. You know, Terry and Kathy would always bicker at each other, and she'd be bickering with Christopher, and, you know, my kids were a problem, an issue. It was always something. I felt really uncomfortable and I wanted to come home. I just wanted to come home to everything that I knew. I wanted my mom and my dad, even though I was a grown woman, I needed that. So we all had to get along, tried to for the most part, but it was just an awkward situation. I always felt like we were the outcast. Never felt accepted by the Proudfits or the Bowersocks. On one occasion, Christopher was cutting my oldest daughter's nails and she didn't want her nails cut. And Christopher, you know, grabbed a hold of her hand and she pulled her hand away. And my daughter at the time had braces. He backhand Isabel in the face and busted her whole lip open.
You'd be a dead man.
Wow.
I should have left, but I didn't. And I was like, oh my God, like I can't be here. I don't want to be here anymore. So I would come up with every excuse just to come home, but yet, you know, I couldn't come home. So finally we went and we moved into the apartment. And a phone call, like as soon as Christopher was leaving, he settled us in, got a storage unit of what couldn't fit in the apartment. He got everything ready, all right? Him and his family. As soon as he knew that we were comfortable, he left back to San Diego. But the night prior to him leaving, he had got a phone call or text message that night, and it said something like, hey baby, or around something like that, saying that when is your flight coming in? And I was like, what? Like, who's texting him? So I did confront him. And like he said on one of the podcasts, is that I did slap him. Yes, I did slap him across the face, because who's he talking to at this time and saying, and I mean, he could say that she was lesbian, I mean, up and down, but I mean, at this point in time, I didn't know what to believe. And I was like, okay. So then after that following day, he finally left. His mother came to pick him up to take him to the airport. And he went back to San Diego. And I was left in Hendersonville with 3 children and pretty much no help from anybody. So I have found a job. I had a job, and Kathy helped once in a while. And I needed to find a babysitter. So his biological father, Michael, and his stepmother, Linda, at that point in time offered their services and said that, they can take care of my 2 older children. And Kathy didn't want Faith going over to Michael's house. So she took care of her. And at that point in time, Christopher, we were still communicating. And
Carrie, this is Christopher Proudfoot's ex-wife, Nina.
Like I said, our marriage was on the rocks. So my oldest daughter had gotten sick, and she has upper respiratory issues. So I took her to the emergency room in Hendersonville, and that's when Hendersonville transferred her to Vanderbilt. Is that what I believe that hospital's name is? And I was kind of frantic because I was like, well, what am I going to do with my 3-year-old son and with the baby? Like, who's going to help me? So I was, I called Chris and I told him, I said, hey, I said, can your mom watch, Faith, or can somebody help me? Everybody was so quick to help me at that point in time. So Faith stayed with Kathy, and Noah Bryce went with his sister, Melissa. And I went with my oldest daughter. We got transported downtown. And so we stayed there. I can't recall how many days we were there. And Christopher had, I'd check on the kids, see how they were doing. And that point in time, I was like, okay, well, we got discharged, telling everybody, okay, you can bring Noah back, and telling Kathy, okay, I'm going to be home so you can bring Faith back. Thinking that my children were going to come home to me. I get back to the apartment complex, and I pulled into the parking lot, and I see Melissa just pulled in right next to me. It seems like they were already there waiting for me to get there. And then she said, I can't stay. I would love to stay, but I can't stay because I don't know what they were doing. And she does, my son gets out of her van, and then we walk inside, and I was waiting, for Faith to get there. And we weren't there but less than maybe 5 minutes. And I hear a knock at the door. And I was like, oh, great, Faith is home. And it was Kathy's friend, Patty, that's an attorney. And she said, you called me by my real name, Gomez? And I was like, yeah. And she said, you've been served. She said, you have a protection order against you. You can't see Faith. And Chris is filing for divorce. And I was like, what? So then I go back, and thinking like my heart just dropped. Like, what? Like, is this a dream? Like, this can't be happening to me. Like, this cannot be happening to me right now. So then I get on the phone and I try calling Chris, and he didn't answer. And then I was like, rushing around, I get my kids in the truck and I go to the Gallatin police department, and I, was ringing the call button, and like finally 30 minutes later, somebody shows up and I told them what happened and I showed them the paper and they said, "Yep, we can't help you." All I can think about is my baby. Like, how am I gonna get my baby back?
Mm.
Like, why is this happening to me? So I go to Kathy's house and I knock on the door. And I remember I had Christopher's stepmom, Linda, on the phone with me. She was on speakerphone and I told her what was going on. Little did I know everybody was in on this. And Terry answered the door, which is Chris's stepfather. And he told me that I need to get off of his fucking property. And here little Noah is 3 years old and my Isabella is 7. And they're standing behind me. And I said, "Please tell me what's going on." I said, "Where's Faith?"
Salty, this is Chris Proudfoot's ex Nina, Faith's mom.
"Please give me my baby back." And he told me, "Get off my fucking property." And he took out a green and black baseball bat. And he told me to fucking leave or he's gonna bash me and my kids' heads.
Oh.
Wow.
So me and my kids walked out to my truck and we got back in it. And I was like, "Oh my God, what do I do? This is a nightmare. What am I gonna do?" And Chris was inside of the house with the baby.
He told a story that he said was his side, Firefly. I don't know how
For him, and they said that
elaborate it is.
California, and he really wasn't. So
Can you turn this up, Bear?
we go back to the apartment, and I'm trying to gather all my thoughts together. I'm trying to keep as calm as I can for my other 2 children, but all I could do is just cry and just think, like, what is my next move? What am I gonna do now? I'm so far away from home. I'm far away from my parents. I'm far away from everything that I've ever known. So then I make a call to my brother, who he lives in Phoenix. And I told him what was going on, and he was so upset. And he's like, "Oh my God." And he's like, "Have you called Mom and Dad yet?" And I said, "No." And he told me himself that day, he said, "You're gonna fight. You're gonna fight like hell to get Faith back. You don't leave that baby in that state. You fight like hell to get her back, whatever it takes." And that's what I did. I called my mom and dad. And it had to have been after midnight here, so about like 1 something our time there. My dad answered the phone And I couldn't talk. All I could do is cry. I couldn't get the words out. And finally he said, calm down. Please calm down and tell me what happened. And I told him, I said, Daddy, they took my baby. And all he could get out is, oh no, they hurt my baby. And he started crying. And he woke my mom up. And he said, you hang in there, we're on our way. So every single day, I worked. I worked at a local Great Flips out there. And I went in from the time it opened to the time it closed. That following morning, after all this had happened, I went to my bank account and to my savings. I've been saving money through this whole entire time, but I've been using it since we were out there so I can help support my kids and myself. But little did I know that Christopher wanted me to use all my money because he didn't want me to have anything so I wouldn't retain a lawyer. So that morning before I went to work and dropped my kids off, at the time, Michael and Linda, which is Christopher's biological father, and his stepmother were still helping me watch my kids because I still had to work. And I went into my bank account and I remember I only had $1,100 in there. And I was looking through the phone book or looking through, my phone and seeing, well, I need to get a lawyer. Who can I get? Thank God for Mr. Edwards, because I went into his office before, I called into work that day pretty much, and I said, I need to just think. I said, I need a day off. So I went into his office and I ended up doing a consultation with him. And I remember him, he told me what his fees were, and he told me, I told him the situation. And he was in shock, and he goes, my God, he goes, this all happened? Like, you should have never came out here. And I said, I know, I should have never came out here. So at the time, I explained the situation to Mr. Edwards, and I was crying. And I said, Mr. Edwards, I said, I just want my baby back. And then I remember I still had my wedding ring on at that point in time. And I slipped off my wedding ring and I sat it on his desk. And he looks at me and I said, please, sir, I would do anything just for my baby back. He said, you're all I have. Please help me. I remember he took out his little magnifying glass and he looked at it and he put his head down. And he goes, God. He goes, I work for money. I said, and I know, sir. I said, and I promise I will pay you every dime that I can. Just help me bring my baby home. And he said, you got yourself a lawyer. And he fought. He fought like hell for Faith. We went to everything happened in Gallatin Courthouse. My parents were there. We went to the first trial, and I remember walking in the courthouse and my stomach was turning. I hadn't seen my baby. And they had my baby there. Just in arm's reach, and I couldn't even hold her, and I couldn't even kiss her, and I couldn't even tell her I love her. So we went to trial. I don't know what you want to call it, a trial, a hearing. I think I was just so oblivious to everything at that point because I was so heartbroken that my baby was gone. And we go into the courtroom, and all I had was my dad in there. And their side, all the benches filled up with his family being loud and laughing. And it was just my daddy and me, and Mr. Edward. And I remember the judge, his attorney, just everybody in there. All the hurtful things that they put on black and white about me. Just the eyes glaring at me and making it seem like I was a bad person. And I sat there. And he asked me a couple of questions, and I answered. One of them was, "Why did you move out here, Miss Broadfoot?" I said, "Your Honor, to try to make my marriage work." I said, "In which it didn't." I said, "I made a mistake by coming out here. I made a mistake by trusting somebody. And I said, if I could change back the hands of time, I probably wouldn't have even came out here." And they did whatever they were doing, and then the judge, said that I only had visitation with Faith, and they all had to be supervised.
Wake up.
So then the supervised visitations started happening, and we would visit Faith. And I remember one visitation that had happened at a park. I can't recall the park's name, but there was a duck pond and really nice playground for the kids. I remember Kathy showing up with Faith. And we all sat there, got Faith out of the car seat. I was loving on her and kissing her and telling her how much I love her, how much we missed her. And I handed her to her big sister. And I took a picture of those two. And my oldest daughter was crying. We only had about, I believe it was between 20 and 30 minutes of visitation with Faith once a week, if I'm right. There's a lot of things that after so many years, it's hard. Like I just remember like the big things that happened, and that was one of them. It was between 20 and 30 minutes. And my son was there. And then Kathy got her ready to leave. They had to leave first, and then we left after. I remember holding my son and my daughter's hand, and we're walking back to my vehicle. And my son started crying. And I started crying, and then my daughter started crying. And he said, "Mama, I'm gonna run super fast, Mama. I'm gonna go grab Faith, and you meet me on the other side of the park, Mama. I'm gonna run
Aw.
so fast, and then you drive off, Mama." The pain that Christopher and his family has brought to my family is pain that we'll never forget. Pain that we live with every single day of our lives. And I remember that very clear. And we went home. We had another trial a couple weeks later. Was I believe I want to say it was in maybe November, either in October or November. I can't recall the date. But at that trial, I was praying to God and to my God that we were going to bring Faith home. And we went to that courthouse, and with my mom and dad and Isabella and Noah. At this point in time, my mom was going to testify against Christopher. My son was going to, no, my daughter was going to testify against Christopher. And they had said, his lawyer at the time had said, don't let her daughter testify. And so we went without it, nobody testifying that day. Christopher had ended up getting, he was talking at the time. Judge was asking him all kinds of questions. And he made me look like a monster. He made me look like I was the problem. And he made me feel awful about myself and saying all these things in front of these people that weren't even true. It wasn't even true. And then it came to my attorney talking. And at that point in time, I was just like, gosh, like, oh God, please let a miracle, just like, let this just be over with. When people tell lies and when they say hurtful things about you, you just feel so disgusting about yourself. And that's the way I felt. And I remember we needed to break and come back. And Mr. Edwards at that point in time went into the chambers with the judge. And I don't know what was being said, being done back there, but he was in there for a while. And he ended up coming back out. Court was back in session. Everything was, we were going back and forth again. And at some point in time, the judge just had enough. The judge was done hearing everything that had happened. And Christopher, was speaking, and the judge just said, that's enough. Like, I don't want to even hear what you have to say anymore. He's like, you premeditated this. This was premeditated. You knew exactly what you and your family were doing. You brought this woman out here with her children, and you guys knew exactly what you were doing. And he said, 8:30, Gallatin's Sheriff's Department, that's where the exchange is going to happen. My heart just dropped, like, and my attorney looks at me and he said, you just won. You won. And I wanted to scream. I wanted to hit my knees, and all I could think about is, I couldn't wait to wrap my arms around my baby again. And the judge, everybody was hysterical on his side, of course, and my daughter and my mom were waiting out there. And I remember his uncle going out there, and he swung open the door, and he was so angry. And my daughter overheard him say, she won. She won. And I remember my dad was still sitting behind me, and and he had tears in his eyes, and he's like, let's go. And my attorney followed me outside, and we went out, and there was just so much chaos coming from the Proudfoots. And we went outside very humbly, and he took us in back of the courthouse the other way. And right there and then I hit my knees. I finally could be relieved, like a big, oh my God,
Mercy, this is Christopher Proudfoot's ex-wife, Nina Gomez. It's also Faith's mom.
did this. And he said, 8:30, go pick her up. I said, thank you, Mr. Edwards. I said, I owe you my life to you helped me get my baby back. So then we went back to our truck, and
Exactly,
we went back to the
Noni.
apartment. We packed what we could, and we pretty much left everything else behind in the storage unit. At that time, I didn't need anything. Because I had everything I've ever wanted.
Mercy. This is Christopher Proudfoot's ex-wife, Nina Gomez, his daughter, Faith. It's her mom.
So I remember my dad saying, "Come on, we gotta go." So we went to the sheriff's department. And we showed up, and I remember I told my dad, I said, "Wait here." I said, "Stay at that Wendy's." So my dad stayed at that Wendy's waiting for me, and he said, "Okay." He's like, "You call me when you're on your way so I can follow you out, okay?" And I said, "Okay, Dad." We got to the sheriff's department. Christopher and his Michael, Linda, Kathy, Big D, Melissa, his whole entire family was there. So then the exchange was happening, and they live streamed me on Facebook. They said, "I can't believe the judge awarded her custody." You know, and I was just standing there, I remember, and I said, "Can I have my baby back, please?" And I remember his mother had her phone in her hand, or his mother, yes, and she had a brown paper sack full of diapers and a dirty bottle. And she threw it at me, and she said, "I think you're gonna need this," laughing. And I said, "Thank you." And my two younger children were sitting in the back. And then I said, "Okay, can I have Faith back now?" So I forget if it was Kathy or Chris, but they tossed her at me, and I caught her.
Oh my God.
And I said, "Thank you." So then I get her in her car seat, trying to buckle her up and telling my kids, I said, "You need to buckle up." I said, "Okay, we're going to leave." I remember at the time, my front door had opened at that time, and Christopher got inside of my driver's seat of my truck. And everybody was still filming, live streaming me on Facebook. And Melissa Proudfoot had said, "Why don't you put it in reverse and drive over her?" And I told my kids, I said, "Get out."
Yes, Mercy.
I'm trying to get Faith out again.
Faith.
And I told my kids, and I remember he put the truck in reverse. And I told my kids, I said, "Get out." I said, "Jump, get out." And I remember them getting out as fast as they could. And we're running into the sheriff's department, and I had Faith, and I'm running, and I'm yelling, and I'm asking for help. I said, "Somebody please help me." Nobody came out. And then finally, he came in, Christopher, behind me. And finally, they finally opened the door. And they put me in a back room with my kids. They turned the lights off on us. In the process of me calling my attorney to tell him what was going on, Kathy disconnected my cell phone.
What?
And I remember Mr. Edwards calling the police department and telling them they need to let me go. And at the time, Christopher was still in the military. And Mr. Edwards, I remember them telling him, you know, she needs to go because this could possibly cause Mr. Proudfoot his career. So at that point in time, I got escorted outside by a couple of sheriffs that were there. And I mean, they seemed like they knew each other, all of them, the Proudfoots. And I remember Christopher had asked one of the sheriffs if he could say goodbye to Faith, and I said, absolutely not. So I remember getting in my truck after I got the kids in. And I called my dad and I told him what happened. He was so mad. He goes, he was lucky I wasn't there. I'd have knocked the shit out of him.
You would have done more than that.
Said. So I said, all right, Dad, I'm coming. Well, everybody followed me down the interstate. My dad and I were weaving in and out of traffic, trying to lose them. The whole family were following me and Dad about 80, 90 miles an hour. We were going down the interstate just to get away from them. We drove all night. We finally got to Little Rock, Arkansas. And Dad had asked me, are you tired? I said I could see if I could try to sleep. We couldn't sleep. So then we drove all the way home. We were all scared. We didn't know what was gonna happen. We drove. The relief that I had just to see, I've never felt so relieved to see that New Mexico. Welcome to New Mexico sign. I was finally home. Finally, we made it. Chris kept calling and calling, and I avoided him like a plague. Because the judge in Tennessee awarded me custody. He had no jurisdiction over Faith or myself or my other two children. And at the time of all this, they brought CPS involved in that case over there. So we get home here, not even a couple days goes by. He ended up calling CPS on us here. And using CPS against me every chance that he got. showing up to my kids' school, scaring my kids, just like he did in Tennessee. So I filed for divorce here, which I should have filed on tribal land at the time, because I wouldn't be going through this.
It's true.
So the divorce happened, but it dragged on and on and on because Christopher made a big deal about absolutely everything. I had to ask for permission to leave Bernalillo County. I had to tell him what I was doing, and if I left New Mexico, he had to know. I am part Native American, so our reservation is probably about 4 to 5 hours from Albuquerque, and at the time, my grandmother was still alive. So we would go out there to see her, and he really never wanted me to take Faith out there. And on top of that, he really never wanted Faith to be Native American. Christopher knew that I was Mexican American and also Native American, but he hated the fact that, and he still hates the fact that Faith is part Native American. So just everything, he would take me back to court for just everything. It wasn't a good divorce. And the parenting plans, it had to be his way or nobody's way. He had to have the last word, and this is what he wanted, and his attorney made sure that's exactly what he got. A lot of times I gave in because I wanted it to be over. I didn't want to have to or have somebody dictate what I can and can't do.
Right, Virginia.
I've been a mother for an X amount of years at this time, and it wasn't like, I'm new to all this. But everything had always had to have been Christopher's way. And even though I gave him what he wanted, it was something different. Oh,
I wondered that.
Faith can't wear leggings, or just the stupidest things, or
His biological father might be.
it was dumb. I can't even recall how many hearings I went to with Christopher. It's been horrible. So at this point in time, I didn't really agree to the parenting plan. I didn't like it, but I signed it anyways, just because I wanted it to be over with. The divorce was finally final. And he was still stationed, I believe, in San Diego at this point in time. He was, if I'm correct, he was already living with Katie when we were still married. We were going through the divorce, but he had moved in with her. And I was pretty surprised how fast he
And
moved.
Seth said the same thing about Katie with him.
We never mattered. Like, Faith was, like, he never had a family. But I should have known that as well prior to the marriages before me, like how he just moved on so quickly with his life. So he would take Faith out there when she was little, like for 2 weeks or a week, and Katie and them would be living the family life. I at the time did not know Sebastian or Katie. I would just see Katie through FaceTime, where she would be doing something in the background. And I would ask Christopher, like, I would tell him, I can't believe you've moved on with your life so quick. Like who does that? Well, back and forth we would be going, you know, with Faith. And I finally moved on with my life. But Christopher had made a statement the other night on one of the interviews, the podcasts that he was doing. And I didn't like the way he said this. You know, how
Me too, Elizabeth.
he called Nina moved in with a man. Like, he knows this person's name. And he deserves to be called his name, not the man. And remind you, I've known Wayne for over 3.5 years. He was my client before we even got exclusive, like being in a relationship, before we even moved in together. He knew I had children. I mean, just so for him to sit there and say that, he basically made it sound like he didn't know this person. He does. So here we are. Faith is 6. I'm still living in this nightmare that he's created. We live in fear every single day. We're constantly watching over our backs. My kids don't even know what a normal childhood should feel like, because they were exposed to all this at a very young age. The awful things that other people could do. My oldest daughter said it best. She said, "Mom, I feel like I was robbed of my childhood because of Chris." Because of everything that he's done. I've had to grow up so quick to protect my siblings. And you protecting us and always living in fear. Being called to the office and wondering if Child Protective Services was there. She's 15 now and still hates to go to the office because of everything that he's done and his family has done. I feel helpless because I feel like I can't protect them enough. And I wish there was more that I can do. We're still living in this nightmare. We're still going to court. He still complains about everything when it's not his way. In the beginning, there was CPS called. He used Child Protective Service on me because of the divorce, to get my children taken away from me. He has a friend that works at Albuquerque Police Department as well. Of
course he does.
I don't know if he still keeps in contact with him. I believe so. He
Absolutely salty, every bit of it.
one night, but he didn't take the call, probably because he knew both of us. I mean, I don't know, and I don't know how that would have been
The
used
fact that
against
the
him either.
judge saw this the way he did says a lot to me.
About that. just he's been filing for full custody, Christopher, for about a year to 2 years now, if I recall. A lot of this stuff is just, it doesn't make sense to me. He's made a mess. He tells people that I'm unstable, that I need a psychiatric evaluation, that I'm, that I'm pretty much crazy. It's been a nightmare. And the recent one, why he's pushing for full custody, is because I moved Faith out of Bosque Farms Elementary to a Native American academy in Albuquerque, where my youngest son goes and my oldest daughter goes down the street at to a high school, and it's a minute away. So I was trying to make the commute easier for all of us. All my kids are in curricular activities. My son's in football. My Faith cheers for her brother's Yaffle football team. So practice, my 2 older girls are in Mexican folk dancing, Faith and her older sister are in Mexican folk dancing. My children are in 4-H. So my kids are super busy, and I work in the city as well. So trying to make my life easier, I decided to put her there. And he did not like that, him and his attorney. So they're pushing for full custody about that. I mean, I can't even recall how many other nonsense issues have been brought up. My children, myself, I'm over it. I'm tired. This has worn my whole entire family down, my children, myself. This is like the first thing I think of when I wake up, and the last thing I think about when I go to sleep. There's no words to explain this feeling. And on top of that, we were supposed to go to trial March 5th, I believe it was. March 5th, and the first one, March 5th. I went to court January 2nd of 2024. Continuing cases, I had to pay for his attorney fees because I pulled Faith out of Bosque Farms. Although I contacted him through email, he never replied to me. I contacted my lawyer at the time, he never replied to me. So what was I supposed to do? I had to do what was in best interest for Faith and everybody else. So I ended up paying the legal fee for Christopher because his lawyer complained about that. So then we went to trial. We got a date for trial. Boy, I was furious when I left my lawyer's office. I feel like I hire all these lawyers that never took the bat for Faith and listened to anything that I have ever said. I've always told people in the past, the people that were working for Faith and myself, the kind of person that Christopher really was. Nobody listened. He's hurt my children. He's hurt my son. He's backhanded my son as well and busted his nose open when he was 3 in the car seat in San Diego. He's did that to my daughter. He's hurt Faith in the car seat, like I said. It's fallen on dead ears. coming up on 7 years. Nobody listens to me. Nobody knows the pain that a mother that I've went through. Nobody knows that I live in fear. It's like back and forth. It's like a game for
Hey, Popper, what's up, brother?
faith. Christopher dangles faith over my head as if she's like some kind of toy to be played with. She's not a toy. She's a little girl that has feelings and strong feelings. We can't help the fact that Christopher decided to move to Tennessee. He chose that for himself. I've never known of a person that lives in a whole different state and still dictates what you can and can't do to the other parent. He had a choice to live here. He was actually told to move here by the judge. But he lives in Tennessee. He tells me pretty much what I can and can't do still to this day by that court order. So
The only thing I have to say so far with this is that
going back to the trial,
I'm not doubting her, but with all of this being said, I would imagine that there would have to be documentation of this, right or wrong. I would hope that she could prove everything. I'm not saying I doubt her. God knows how I feel about stuff like this, but if you're going to come out in a situation like this, you should be able to provide some form of documentation on some of this stuff, especially with the judge's order, so on and so forth. You know what I'm saying? So I would hope she has the ability to do that, to back herself up, because people are probably going to go at her now. And unfortunately, that's just how these things work, guys. But this does show what could be a character basis for him, and could show where a fear would come into play for a child being around him, possibly. You know what I'm saying? We don't know yet. So, and I'm not making any judgments on any of this. This is a horrible story from anyone, male or female, but if this is all real, true fact, guys, wow, this is horrific stuff. But again, not everything she said is going to be able to be proven, even with documents. It's just stuff that happened at that time and stuff like that. But I would hope she could back her stuff up, because I think this is YouTube, guys, and be prepared. I hope she's prepared that people are going to go at her probably and say, "Can you prove this? Can you prove that?" So I hope she can, is all I'm saying. It's horrific. This is just horrific. And I can see some of these traits in some of the interviews I've seen with Chris being viable. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah, Bonnie, that's her point of view, 100%. That's how she sees it. That's how she experienced it. I respect that wholeheartedly.
Yep.
But there's always two sides, and we don't know. That's it right there. We can't take her whole heart, her word. Mama Bear and me thinking alike again.
Yep.
We can't take her word alone. You're right. Establish his character. We know his character is highly questionable. I don't think she's lying, though. It's a messy situation. I'm right there with you, Salty.
Yep.
I'm saying, for her sake, she should be able to have some kind of documents to say, "Hey, here it is. This is what happened. This is when it happened. This is why it happened. Boom, 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 boom." And that will give her those receipts will stabilize her backbone with this story. And then people can go, okay, now we see who this guy could be, period. You know what I mean? And that's basically what this is all about, is just proving a character on a person per se. She does seem to speak naturally, Virginia. I agree. It didn't seem like she was going off of a script.
And didn't Chris even mention the protective order?
Oh yeah, he did.
Okay, that's what I thought.
And he talked about this in an interview. Of course, he niced it up a lot more than she did, which is what people do, period. That's just how it is. Two people each have a different side to it, so on and so forth. So, we have to take it with that grain of salt as we do with everything until we have what we see in our faces as proof. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
She could very well be um glorifying her side of things too. I'm not saying she is. I'm saying she could be doing that. It could be because none of us were there to see it. He's not here to defend that, at the same time, just as much as she wasn't there to defend his side of that story either. So that's all. I mean, I'm horrified hearing this story because these are the things that it's disgusting if this is really true. Every piece of this, down to the tossing of the baby, that made the hair
Yeah.
stand on the back of my neck. Okay.
And Salty, I am right there with you. And he said she fled. I can't get
Right.
past that word either. Fled. Not she went back home to her parents, or she went back here, or she went back there. She fled.
Right. That was a dramatized word. Well, how does it go? How you know what I'm saying? How do you read it? So I agree with you though. I can't get past that word 100%. And how did she just explain it?
Yep.
You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So very, very, very sad. Yeah, he didn't say she ran away. He didn't say she went back home. She left. She fled. Right, Salty. 100%. She fled. Got to remember that.
What did you do to make her flee?
Yeah. Fleeing expels something bad going on. Somebody's running when they're fleeing. They're getting away from something when they're fleeing. So those were his words, not hers. Just saying. And I would love to watch an interview with his parents. Just his parents, not Katie's, separately, his parents, and listen to and see the characteristics of them and their personalities, and then watch this again. You see what I'm saying?
Leslie
That's
and
my
Billy,
point.
she said in this interview, when he put the truck in reverse and she went into the police department and they finally let her go, that she felt like the Proudfoots and the police department were very close and knew each
I
other.
don't care
So
what you do. Leave me alone. Go eat whatever you want. Okay, that's all you got to do, buddy. Okay, no big deal. You keep talking about it, talking about it. It's not a big thing, bro. Eat what you want. You're gonna be fine. Why are you staring at me now? Eat what you want. It's okay. Good Lord.
so I do
Oh
have
my
a feeling
God.
he has it in with the police department.
Good God, this kid. He's freaking out about this. It's not that serious.
About dinner?
Yeah, he's like, we don't have a whole lot of stuff that is not meat wise. And I'm like, just eat it. It's okay. You're freaking out. It's not that serious. There you go. Have ice cream for dinner. I don't care.
Hey, I just ate ice cream.
We don't have it. We don't have it. Caden, seriously, it's fine. You're
I would
not
hope
gonna
not. You're diabetic.
relax. Just go eat. Go eat whatever you want. It's not a big deal. People do it all the time.
Probably Molly, because
Yeah.
Katie's family's not. I mean, we haven't seen or heard anything about Katie's family, have we?
Yeah, it was. It was Molly. It was his
Yeah.
what that guy, whatever that guy's name was. They were driving the same vehicle that Katie was too. And see, that's interesting to me. Katie drives an Infinity SUV.
Mm-hmm.
Chris's parents drive an Infinity SUV.
What?
They're described. They sound very controlling as well. The parents, okay.
Yes.
So, gee, that you see what I'm going, where I'm going with that?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the vehicle in JLR's video is an Infinity SUV. Katie says I drive an Infinity SUV.
JLR said Katie's mom has criminal record.
Oh, she does. She was on house arrest. For real.
Well, you know, majority of people probably have some kind of record.
I'm worried someone bad could have. See, this is what I'm thinking too, Salty. My theory at this point, something scared him, spooked him, freaked him out to where he took off. Again, whatever it is, I don't know. I'm going back to this 3-hour conversation that they had where she's on the phone with Chris and she hears the thud and Sebastian's not going to bed maybe for her like he's supposed to. And maybe Chris says something through the phone and says, hey, you better listen to your mom or I'm gonna come home and whoop your butt or something like that. And he took it at being that it's an empty threat, probably just to scare the kid. He may have taken it seriously and freaked out, took off out of the house. And then once he gets out of the house, I'm worried that somebody probably grabbed him. What did? Is there anything else you need? I'm fine. Go. I told you, stop worrying about the Good Friday thing, son. It's not the end of the world, okay?
Caden, go sit down and eat. Dang it. Let's see.
Yeah, he thinks we have to have fish in the house on Good Friday. I said, you can eat something as long as it's not meat. Well, we don't have anything that's not meat. Then eat whatever you want. It's not that serious, bro.
Right.
This is why he needs to be back on his medication. He's so literal and so like,
Yeah, I get that.
yeah, he gets on a subject and he won't let it go. And I'm just like, calm down, relax. Anyway, and that's what my theory is at this point now. I don't think anybody went in that house and took him. I'll be honest with you guys. I haven't thought that at all. I think that something scared or spooked him or freaked him out and he goes out of the house. I hate to say it, that either he went out of the house and somebody may have grabbed him, or he went somewhere and somebody saw him maybe in a panic mode at middle of the night. Somebody's going to stop and go, hey, you okay? You're a kid. You know, what's going on? Hopefully there's still good people that do this. And he's, you know, I'm scared for this or that. And maybe somebody took him somewhere that to be safe. I don't know, you guys. This is so weird.
Right. So Molly just said both cars are light in color and may look the same at night. What if Chris and his mom had a plan? I know. I keep.
I do it too. Keep
So
going.
Chris and his mom had a plan. Chris went home, got in a fight with Katie. Sebastian got upset, ran out the door. Things calmed down. He thought maybe his mom came driving around looking for him, and it was actually Chris's
Grandma
mom.
or father. Yeah. Because Chris's parents sound like they're very involved in Chris's life. And again, as I see that Katie's driving the same vehicle the parents are driving, the parents were at the house when they left or as they left. They're probably still there while Chris is away. The family seems to be kind of like, I don't know, like we're in charge type people. You know what I'm saying? Like take charge type people is
We
what I
got
mean.
money. We run the town. Do as
Oh
I
yeah,
say.
and there's thanks, bud. There's definitely money there. Okay, an Infinity is not a cheap vehicle. An RV is not a cheap vehicle. $680,000 house is not a cheap home. The neighborhood they live in is not a cheap neighborhood. Clue has provided the proof on that.
Yeah, and Nina said that he wouldn't stay with her
a
parents because they
trailer.
live in a trailer.
I'm too good to stay in a trailer. Everything goes
Right.
back to money and popularity and all that kind of fun stuff. So it's like something's not right still. And I've been trying to avoid thinking that Chris could have anything to do with this by any means whatsoever because, well, he wasn't there. He is lost in the woods or someone bad has him. I don't even know about the woods anymore, Salty, because it's been a month.
Yeah.
And this child hasn't had certain medications that he has to exist on for a month. He's not living well right now. He's probably in constant anxiety and panic mode. he's probably in manic mode, I'll be honest with you, because of what he has. He's got other health problems that go along with this as well. If he's in the woods, he's not surviving on his own. Somebody has to be helping him, or somebody has to be helping him, period. Or somebody bad has him. That's the other side of it. And unfortunately, I haven't wanted to look at that, but you're right. That's what I'm saying, hon. I agree with you.
Yeah.
You know, unfortunately, I don't want to say it. I don't want to think it because I've been so emotionally close to this, I guess you could say. But yeah, you're right. 100% salty.
Well, Firefly, you never know.
What did fire? Maybe the hobo. Well, you know, something that I love you too. Something that Seth said last night really caught my attention about homeless people. He went into that a little bit deeper than I thought he would. Yeah, I know. I know. You got to be realistic. And you know, we've talked about this before with some of these cases, how close they get to us, where we got to take a step back and like make ourselves prepared for this. It sucks either way, but it is what it is. The homeless thing caught my attention though. Like, why are you reading so far into something like that and talking about it so much? So I don't know if there's something he might know at that point. Who knows, guys? There's a lot of weird ass things that have happened with this.
They are
But
checking.
you know, 200% though, we do have to be realistic and think like, okay, it's been 4 weeks, it's been 30 days, 31 days, 32 days, wherever we're at right now. This is a 15-year-old child that is autistic for one. Yes, he's high functioning, but he also has actual medical problems. He's got very bad anxiety issues with certain things, so on and so forth. Realistically, there's no way that this child's on his own, completely solely alone, and he's still with us. I'm sorry to say that, but he's not. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, unless somebody grabbed him or the homeless people are doing something, hopefully to help him in some way. But Chris or Seth also said that they searched all these areas that were homeless camps and so on and so forth. Odds are, I mean, not odds are, it's very plausible that somebody did grab hold of him. I said this a while back, and that he's not watching the news, that he's not this, that, and doesn't really understand, being that he hasn't had his medication for that long. He may not know 100% as to like what is really going on and is around him right now. Okay.
Right.
So I just don't know. As much as I want to believe that tomorrow or Sunday or Monday or Wednesday, he's going to come walking and somebody's going to call and say, hey, I have this missing child, Sebastian Rogers. He says, I saw it on the news. Come get him. Holy shit. You know, like I said, the internet's going to implode if that happens, but
I mean, mayhem, anything is possible. But as much as they have looked into things, I think if he had fallen in a hole by now, they would have found him.
yeah, they said they checked sewer drains, everything like that.
Caves and
Everything,
all
yeah.
kinds of stuff.
God, that sounds so good, Bonnie. I'm not giving in. I don't have one anyway, but I'm not giving in.
No, stepdad is a crane operator.
He
Well,
works
was.
on construction sites that do concrete, yes, but he's a crane operator. And one thing that Seth said in the other interview was that yes, there was what the hell was I just saying? Sorry, guys.
We were talking about his job.
I completely just lost my train of thought. I hate when that happens. It just went out
Well,
out the
we've
other
been
ear.
going for 6 hours, so it's all good.
Well, I didn't expect that interview to come up so quick.
Well, I didn't expect it to be so long.
I agree. She told the
I mean,
story.
yeah, she did.
Every one of you guys, please too. Also, if you could, please run over to Trev Time and like this video and subscribe if you haven't yet, please. show the respect for him being able to get this interview with her and so on and so forth. He does put in a lot of hard work, and he has on this case for sure. So please, if you can do that, I would really appreciate it. It was very long. I agree. BJ with the shits TV. Okay, what's up, BJ?
Huh?
BJ with the shits. So do Seth's parents have him hidden away? I mean, that's been said to me already a few times.
Mhm.
I've been told that Chris's parents have him hidden away. I've been told Seth's parents have him hidden away. I've been told friends have him hidden somewhere. He's in a cabin in the woods. I'm like, I don't know, you guys. I think
Um,
you gotta have a little more faith in law enforcement. I know a lot of people don't have faith in TBI because of the Summer Wells case. That's not their fault though, guys. It is
B
hard to
or Bay. I don't know how to say how it's pronounced right,
where?
but uh,
Oh, B, yeah.
is it B? Okay, that's what I thought. Um, well, Chris's job, from last I heard, unless anybody's heard anything recently, is up in the air.
He's still craning. Um, and I am under my understanding is it's in Mississippi.
I heard he was still trying to get his job back, but I don't know.
Right, but I think somebody stated, I can't remember when it was, that he went to a job site that's in Mississippi, hoping to get the other job site back.
Mm,
I don't
okay.
know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe this is what I was saying earlier, Mayhem. I think that Seth did
Mhm.
hire a PI, I believe. That's my opinion, but I don't know. I don't know what to think about any of this anymore. This has turned into something that, and Cletus called this a while back. We were talking, and he said, Dago, I'm telling you, I can see it coming. This is about to turn into a 3-ring circus. Well, guess
Yep.
what, folks? Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Here we are.
Here we
Okay,
go.
here we are. And it did. It literally did. I'm telling you, and I'm not talking down about anybody when I say this, but
Mm-mm.
if the Proudfoots would have not done the first interview, I don't think Seth would have done any of his interviews either. If they would have all just stayed quiet, let law enforcement handle this, it wouldn't be the circus it is right now, because that's where this all came from. These damn interviews on YouTube, I promise you.
Yep.
And Chris is one of those people that can't just listen to people say things without having to come out and say, that is not true, this is the truth, or that's the truth, or whatever. It's just one of those people. Not that that makes him a bad person. I'm kind of like that myself. I get it. But that is what started all this, because now we have specific personal issues of each one of these people's lives involved in this missing person's case. Okay. They don't belong in this case. The only thing that belongs in this case is Sebastian Rogers, his parents, the investigators that are looking for him, and anything that surrounds Sebastian. Nina should not be involved in this. Faith should not be involved in this. Anything else in this should not be involved in this, because it detracts from and takes all of the attention away from Sebastian. I'm sorry. And here we are.
Yep.
100%, Bonnie. Just Salty said the same thing I said, like right when I said it. But here we are. 100%. Bonnie. Wait a minute. Way too much adult storytelling. I agree. Way too much. None of these things needed to be known. Now, people wanting to display or present the type of characters that these people are, I understand that, because then that leads to people understanding what could have happened to him. I get it, but we shouldn't be hearing that from other people. We should be hearing that from law enforcement, okay? That's just fact, guys. That's all I can say. That's exactly what that is. This is what we do, right? Yeah. So, once it's out here it is. So we're gonna watch it. We're gonna listen to it. We're gonna make decisions based on it. I'm begging everybody that has watched this to try to be commonsensical with these things. Of course, what this woman's story was horrific and sad. It's supposed to be. That's the whole point. Okay. The truth about it is we don't really know until she presents some form of documentation to say, look, there it is. Then we can go, wow, damn, he is an asshole. Okay. Until then, as I've always said, everybody in this country is innocent till proven guilty. That goes along with situations like this too. Now, I'm not saying she's wrong, because I kind of leaning towards her, because we've seen some other things come from him that makes this all seem complete. One big thing is she fled. That's another thing for me too. Okay. And exes don't get along. That's why they're exes, guys. So it's going to be this way. That's another big deal. You know, I went round and round with the creature. You guys know that's why she's named the creature. But I have proof to show all that stuff. I ended up with full custody of my kids. I have documents to show that this woman was married 4 days after we were divorced, and that she's on her sixth marriage too. Now, see, that doesn't always make people a bad person, but it points towards the characterization of that person and their lifestyle. That's what this is about. In turn, when we're looking at the characterization of that person and their lifestyle, it can make us understand something that could have happened to the victim in the story. That's what I'm trying to say. And that's why these things come out, and that's why we look at this stuff. Oh my God. Okay, so Chris could have done this. Chris could have done that, which is all speculation. But if you didn't see or hear any of this, and all you did, now that's the way to look at this, you guys. If we never saw any of these interviews, ever, we never met this lady here, we never heard from Seth, and the Proudfoots came out and did one interview, and all they said was, please help us find our child. How would everybody think about Chris Proudfoot right now? None of this. Nobody'd probably be looking down at him at all, other than the fact that he seems just like a little uptight. But no, we got 5 interviews. We have all this extra shit now. So now we almost don't have a choice but to think this is possibly a bad person. Okay? We got to use our strength, the brain strength. BJ with that shit. I love the name. It's cracking me up. Hold on, folks. Be right back.
I was gonna say I'm still here. Aw, hi, Booger. Aw, he looks like my baby I lost a while back.
This is Stewie.
Aw, hi, Stewie. Doesn't he look like CJ? Can you see him? Steve.
Look.
CJ. Yep. Exactly like CJ. I'm blind right now, though. Yeah.
Oh, he's huge.
My guy was tiny.
Yeah, he's big.
Aw.
He's afraid of everything. See?
No. If I get another cat, Well, that'd be the third one that I had that looked like that. Right?
What's the matter, buddy?
Oh.
All right, you gotta go. You're too.
Oh.
He's too jumpy. Hey, look. Say hi. Nope, don't do that stuff to me. I did already.
Oh, they've seen him. All right. Come here, baby. Oh, I know.
Hey,
There's
Guacho.
my 20-pounder. There's
That's
my
Guapo.
20-pounder. 22 the last time I...
He's 24 and a half. Stewie is.
No, I need to weigh him again, but... All right, he's over it. He's like, all right, I'm over it. I'm out. See ya. All right, are you gonna take a break or are you gonna hang out till
Yeah, I'm gonna
9:30?
take it. I gotta take a break for a little bit at least.
Yeah, I'll probably be in bed. And
I
then
know.
we
I
go
figured
to
as much.
my
He is.
in-laws tomorrow, so
He's
it'll be
50.
Sunday.
17 months stitches. That one is. He's super, 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 super needy. Whenever you're holding him, he's super quiet. As soon as I put him, if I were to put him down, he'd start meow, 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 meow. It's nonstop. So,
No.
I love my kitties. So yeah, guys, I'm gonna take a break for a little while because I've been on here all day. And everybody went somewhere else. It looks like anyway. So, thank you all for those of you that did hang out. I appreciate it very much. And we'll be back in here a little later. Oh, he's definitely a talker, Stitchers. But yeah, I'll do that real quick. Hold on a minute. I thought it was pinned.
Clues live.
Uh-huh. I saw that earlier. She went live same time that started, I think. Go ahead and try it, Salt, see what happens. This is her second live for today, I think.
Night, Victoria. Sweet dreams, and I love you too.
Have a good night, Victoria. We'll see you tomorrow, I guess, then. No worries, Bon. I appreciate it, Bonshell. I appreciate all you guys that dropped in here. I'll be back here in about an hour, half hour, whatever.
I'll see you guys Sunday, maybe, depending.
Cool. Thank
I
you
don't
for
know.
joining
Most
me.
people will probably be with family though, so.
Did you get the link, Salty? Yep, she did. Hello.
Hola, ¿cómo está? Adios.
Gone. All right, guys. Like I said, I'm gonna give her one more try before I shut down. I will be in here literally in like a half hour, 40 minutes max. And JLR just posted Cajun stuff. Yeah, they're done. They've backed out and left. The United Cajun Navy's done. It's not working. Okay, no worries. But I'll be back in here in about just a little while, guys. And we'll do this again. The more we talk about it, the more further out it gets, possibly. Hopefully I'll have more people in here. We'll see, and we'll talk about more of that, and maybe I'll even open after the interview. Maybe I'll open the phone lines up again, and we can talk about more of what everybody thinks about that interview. Who knows what's going to be said with this one?
And just a thought, you may want to clip the end of this, do it as a separate video. I don't know. It's up to you.
I probably could if I could figure out how to do that. Yeah.
I could probably help you.
I was thinking about, okay, Salty, thanks, son. Where this started, I was going to shut down and start another one that way, but two, and then if we should do that.
We'll figure
That
it
way
out.
we can split it up and make it two separate videos. That'll work. And then we'll be back in here for the Chris and Katie Proudfoot interview with Pascal. Why do I always want to call him Pascal?
Pascal.
I don't know what's wrong with me. Pascal. Pascal. Yes, we'll be in here earlier with or later with Pascal and his interview with the Proudfoots, seeing what their thoughts are, their feelings are, and what their situation is at this time. And of course, we're going to review it and analyze it as we do with them all, guys. Thank you very much for being here with us all day long, Mama Bear. I appreciate you. As
Back at
always, always. It's been fun having you around lately. I really do
I
miss it.
know, it's gonna start going back to work.
I know. It's okay. So I hope you have a great rest of your night. I'm sure I'll probably see you in the chat room for a few minutes at least later on,
Yeah.
and get some sleep. If I don't talk to you, I'll probably be out here tomorrow, so I get to tell you Happy Easter tomorrow, and probably Sunday. So either way, or no, you're going.
All
I know
right.
you're doing something tomorrow. Either way, I will talk to you here in a little while, and if not, have a great night. Get some sleep, and everybody else. Thank you so very much for being who you are. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. Don't change a thing about yourselves because you are the beautiful people. And okay. Oh, gotta love Doodle. Yes. All right. See you in a bit, Tree Beavers. Love you, Doodle. Love all you guys so very much. Thank you for everything you guys do. Anybody that donated to the channel, thank you so much. Moderators, God bless. Couldn't do this without you. Have a great rest of your night, folks. If you don't come back, I'll see you all soon. Much love. Good night and God bless. Bye-bye.
Bye, guys. Have a happy Easter. Love you. See you later.